Hey, Joe, I just got a text from Mr. Stiller. Would you send him the invite?
Will do.
Thank you. And Mr. Ebbets also just let me know he'll be joining us shortly.
I'll send to Stiller.
Okay, thank you, Lisa. We have an extremely busy docket today, so need to get going.
I don't see our court reporter either.
Mr. Ebbets said it's not allowing him in.
Oh my gosh.
So you might want to resend him the invite too in case he's got an old one.
Okay, will do.
They're getting a message that says something. I'm trying to read it. Oh, I think they've got wrong. Yeah, because it says the host has got something. I think they're using the wrong address, Lisa.
And was our other new board member, Tom, going to join us today? I didn't see him.
Yeah, I know Tom asked for a meeting link like an hour or 30 minutes ago. I just emailed him, Mark and Tom, all three, the link directly from this Zoom meeting. So that should be the right one. Hopefully that'll work.
Yep, I did too.
Yes. So, Joe, they're saying that the host needs to let them in.
Okay.
It says the host has another meeting in progress. That's what message they're getting. Tom just got, okay, so let's see if Tom can join. He just got your message, Joe.
Okay.
There's Tom.
There's Tom.
Yep. But we don't have, hold on, that's Mark.
I think I got it.
Yep, we see you. Hi, Tom.
Good afternoon. So I guess
Hey,
a little bit of a challenge.
Mark wants us to send the link to his, hold on a second. Let me just, I'll bear with me. And have we heard from our court reporter?
I'm calling them now.
Because we can't get started without them. This would be a problem.
That's better. I don't look like a light bulb now.
You think you look like a light bulb?
Yeah, I did there for a minute.
Put on a Royals cap.
Here, yeah. I've got one in here. It's actually a little cold in my office. I've got a hat that I wear, but I didn't think would be appropriate.
If you wore a Cardinals cap, then it definitely wouldn't be appropriate. But I think Royals, we could live with it.
If I get away with that, yeah. I'll put the Cardinals on it. Next time I show up down there, somebody would get me. Well, I'm kind of eager to have this happen. That email from Joe showing 49 cases next time's scary. There he
Sorry,
is.
it's late. Sorry.
Well, look at that sunburn.
It's all that fishing.
Yeah, are you serious? I actually have my wife looking up airfares.
Yeah, I was just down there last weekend. It was great.
But were the fish really biting, or are you trying to?
Oh.
Thank you, Mr. Ebbets, for joining us. We're happy to see you, even if you
I'm
look
sorry for
more
being late.
colorful than us. Joe, is our new board member going to join us? Have you heard from him?
He plans to. I'm not. I haven't heard from him since we sent him the link about 10 minutes ago.
Okay. Well, because we have a quorum, I believe, and we have
Right.
so much. I don't really want to waste. We're already 15 minutes past 1, so.
Do we have our court reporter yet?
I don't know. That's what I was asking.
I think Lisa will update us as soon as she can. She's probably on the line with someone there. See, the problem is we never know who they send, so we don't know when we're looking at the list of names who's supposed to be the reporter and whether we're missing them.
You don't want to just reach out there and say, jump on the board.
Yeah.
No.
If you could ask them to raise their hand if they're on the panelist list.
Yeah. Okay, as soon as you did that, someone named Kathy raised their hand,
Well,
so.
there you go. She's probably been here the whole time.
Kathy, can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Are
Kathy,
you the court reporter?
Yes, yes, I am.
okay.
Okay, great.
I've been here. I have been here since 12:45, believe it or not.
All right. So Kathy, are you set? This is Teresa Otto, the chairperson. Are you set and ready to go?
I think so. I've never done one of these before, but
Okay.
start
So-
my video.
So okay. So just so that you have the names of the board
Sure.
members, Kathy, let's just make sure you know who everybody is here today to make your job a little bit easier. So I'm Teresa Otto. I'm the chairperson. The board members are Mike Kelleher, Tom Stiller,
Got that.
Randy Mixdorf,
Got that.
Mark Ebbets, and Anthony Benucci. And Joe, who's our new board member? I apologize. I can't hear you.
Tom Gorence,
Tom
and that's
Gorenc.
spelled
Okay,
Gorenc.
okay. And you're sure he's not in the list of people out there that somehow came in the wrong way?
I am trying to check, but there's 84 people in that list. There's a lot of people. So, and I've got Chris Huey helping me check that too. Chris, if you see Tom Gorence in the attendees list, can you promote him over?
Will do, yes.
Mine's alphabetical. I don't see him unless he's just a plain Zoom user. Or he goes by a different name. Okay, I believe we ought to just get started. If he joins us, he can then join in on a case, I guess. Guys, I just don't want to wait if that's okay with everyone. Okay. All right. And Kathy, so that you understand, I swear in the witnesses for you. Okay. So you don't have to do that. And I'll try to get people, you'll see their blocks, but we'll have them state their name for you. Okay.
That would be wonderful. Thank you.
Okay. Can everyone hear me okay? Okay. All right. Joe, are you ready to get started then?
Yes.
Okay.
I am.
All right. So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We're here to take up cases today on the Board of Zoning Adjustments docket. We do have a very full docket, so I am going to ask all people who have a case before us today to be very concise in their presentations. It may be that I will have to limit some folks' presentation times if we intend to try to get these all done today. So please do not offer repetitive comments and keep those as concise as possible. Before we get started, I would ask all staff members who intend to give testimony on any case today to turn on your cameras and raise your hands to be sworn in. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth? Oops, sorry, I keep missing people. Okay. Sue, are you going to join us? And Jared?
I believe I could.
Okay.
Just go ahead. Jared won't be speaking.
Okay,
He's
all right.
a new staff member.
Okay. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay,
do.
just for the court report's purposes, before you turn off your camera so she gets all your names. So those are the staff people that will be presenting today. That would be Joseph Rexwrinkle, Zach Nelson, Christopher Huey, Jamie Hinkie, and Shu Wood.
I've got them all. Thank you.
You're welcome. So ladies and gentlemen, applicants, thank you for coming today. Again, we're appreciative that we can still have these hearings and we're doing it via Zoom. This is a legal proceeding, so we do ask you not to talk over each other. and only talk when we recognize you and you're part of the case. Mr. Huey will come on and give you a few instructions about how you participate, and then I'll take back over and we'll start the first case. Joe?
Yeah, just a quick reminder, if you're an attendee, we have 82 of you right now as an attendee. We know 3 of you have your hands raised, and as soon as my staff is able, they'll send you a message to see how they can help. But when we call a case, when the chairwoman calls a case, if you're the applicant, please raise your hand right when it's called so we can promote you over from an attendee position to a panelist position. And then if you're a citizen wishing to testify on that case, go ahead and raise your hand during the staff presentation so we can promote you over during the public hearing. And then once you're promoted over, just make sure you're muted when you're not speaking. You should be able to share your video and audio once you're promoted over. And that's it, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you, Joe. Let's then begin with the cases on our docket. I first want to take some cases out of order, which will make this more efficient. We have several cases that I understand people have requested continuances on. So let's take those first. I think the first case that we have is docket number 1, case number 95 with an address of 9615 Grandview Road. Is the applicant present to request this continuance?
I believe the applicant is not here, but I can answer questions for this case.
All right, go ahead, Ms. Wood.
The applicant requested continuance because this case has a relevant case that goes to the city council. So they're pending on approval by the city council at this point.
Okay. Is there anyone in the audience today that was interested in this case or have any objection to this continuance request? Please raise your hand.
Madam Chair, there's someone named Sam Khalil that had raised their hand. I'm going to promote Sam.
Okay.
I'm not sure if they're interested in this case or not.
Mr. Khalil, can you hear me? Mr. Khalil? Mr. Khalil, can you hear me? This is Teresa Otto, the chairperson.
Yes.
Are you interested in this first case?
No.
Okay, all right. Well, then we're going to unpromote you. Thank you, sir. All right. Joe, any other people raise their hand of interest on this case?
No.
Okay, then hearing no other interest, do I have a motion on this case to continue it until April 13th?
Staff recommend with or without fee.
Ms. Wood, can you answer that question?
It'll be without fee.
Okay,
So moved.
I have a motion from Mr. Kelleher. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Stiller. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. This matter is continued without fee to April 13th. The next case that I have a continuance request on is docket number 10, case number 98. The address is 120 Northeast Evansdale Road. Is the applicant online to present the continuance request? If so, raise your hand.
Madam Chair, I don't see the applicant by name in the list and no one's raising their hand.
Ms. Hickey, is this your case?
It is.
Okay.
This case was continued at the last hearing on January 12th. I believe that the applicant is still trying to work some details out with neighbors, which was why they requested a continuance.
So is staff recommending a continuance fee or not?
No fee.
Okay. Do I have a motion on this case?
So moved.
And it's until March 9th, Ms. Hickey?
That is what the applicant has requested, yes.
Okay, I'm sorry, Mr. Keller, here until March 9th.
Yes, so moved.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Banuki. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. This matter is continued until March 9th without fee. The next case to be continued is docket number 12, case number 25. The address is 8729 Blue Ridge Boulevard. Is the applicant online for this continuance request? If so,
Madam Chair, I don't see anyone raising their hand. I haven't gotten through the list yet, but no one is raising their hand.
okay. Ms. Hickey, is this yours as well?
It is.
Okay.
I think you'll find most of the cases are mine today.
Okay, all right.
This case has not yet had action by the City Plan Commission, which would be required prior to you all deciding this case. So we are holding it. I do believe we are anticipating it going forward at the first meeting in March, I believe. So this should be available for the March 9th docket.
Okay, so March 9th, because it says the continuance on my document to April 13th.
You know what? We'll go with that. That must have been what the applicant requested. I apologize. I'm getting cases conflated.
That's okay. I just want to go with what I have. Okay. So then, having no one in the audience raise their hand and having your presentation, do I have a motion from a board member to continue this matter without fee until April 13th?
So moved.
I have a motion for Mr. Kelleher. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Banuki. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. This matter is continued to April 13th. The next case on the continuance list is docket number 18. The case number is 106. The address is 4834 Liberty Street. Is there an applicant online? If so, please raise your hand.
Someone named Hayden Stewart has raised their hand. I'm promoting them.
Okay. Mr. Stewart, can you hear me? You're on mute. Can you unmute yourself?
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
I can. Are you here of interest on this case?
Yes, I'm the owner of the property at 4834 Liberty Street. And my architect and I, Lonnie Shanks, have submitted an application.
For continuance, correct?
I didn't realize it was for continuance. I was hoping to get a decision today. Actually, I was hoping to get permission to proceed with the project today.
Oh, well, we have a request for continuance. Ms. Hickey, do you want to address this with Mr. Stewart? It obviously.
Yeah, so I had contacted the applicant who's listed as the architect who's listed as the applicant. We actually need more details on that site plan that was submitted, and so until I have that detail, I couldn't do the analysis needed to take this case forward.
Okay. Well, so you said that you sent the questions to the architect, Mr. Shanks?
That's correct. He's listed as the applicant. He's the contact person on this case.
Okay, so he has that information already, huh? Okay, I thought he may be on this meeting too, but all right. I guess that's.
Yeah,
I apologize for the confusion, sir.
Mr. Hayden, I don't think he is on. I think he assumed the case would be continued, so.
Is that right?
Okay.
Okay, all right, well, pardon me then. So I guess I'll be moved back to the next meeting then?
His continuance request is to March 9th, and that's what we'll do as he requested based on Ms. Hickey needing some more information.
Okay, thank you.
I'm actually on here. Can you hear me?
Oh, there you are, Mr. Shanks. Yes. Okay. Is that correct, Mr. Shanks? Is their request until March 9th?
No, this is the first I'd heard of it.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I think Ms. Hickey is missing some information, so we're not in a position to take your case today. It's going to have to be continued until March 9th.
Okay. Well, I guess
Mr. Shanks, we can discuss this offline. I did I did try to get in contact with you, I think last week. We can take this conversation offline. I'm sorry that this is.
Yeah, we need to move on because we can't hear the case today because we've got a long list. So gentlemen, I apologize, but let me address the continuance request. So and this is without fee, correct? Because this is information we still need, correct? Okay, so I need a motion on this case to continue it until March 9th. Do I have that from a board member?
So moved.
I have a motion from Mr. Banuki. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Stiller. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. This matter is continued to March 9th. Gentlemen, if you'll, they'll unpromote you and you can try to reach out to Ms. Hickey offline. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let's move to the next case that needs to be continued, and that is docket number 19. And the case number is 110. The address is 1811 Washington Street. Is an applicant online for this continuance?
Madam Chair, someone named Francisco Luna has raised their hand. I'm promoting Francisco now.
Mr. Luna, can you hear me? You're on mute. You're going to have to unmute.
There we go. How's that?
That is better. I can hear you just fine. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Are you here on 1811 Washington Street?
Yes, I'm the homeowner.
Okay. Were you aware there's a continuance request needed on this case?
No, I'm not sure, but I mean, I just heard the last thing, so I wondered maybe it's caught in my email somewhere. Can you just do a quick, tell me what the issue is?
Sure, I'll turn to Ms. Hickey.
Yes. Hi, Mr. Luna. I have been in contact with your architect, and this is another instance where we're just needing more information. So I'm waiting on that from him, and hopefully we can get, I'm again requesting till March 9th, so just a couple of weeks. Hopefully we can get this forward at that point.
Okay, great, thank you. Is there a list of things that need to be done in that information? Because this is probably going to have to go back to probably an engineer or an architect, and that's costing me money every time we get a request. And, you know, honestly, it's getting more and more expensive to put a deck up.
Sir, all I'm needing is some detail on the site plan, so it should be something fairly straightforward. It shouldn't need much more. I just need that information from your architect.
Okay, because we've already
It
sent.
won't be new plans or anything. We can discuss this. I'm happy to discuss this offline.
Great, great. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you.
So can I have a motion from a board member on this case to continue this matter to March 9th without continuance fee?
So moved.
So
I have a motion for Mr. Kelleher. Do I have a second?
second,
I have a second from Mr. Ebbets. All in favor, please say aye.
aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. This matter is continued till March 9th without fee. Okay, we have a couple more continuances. The next case is docket number 22. Case number 2, address 5600 Main Street. Is the applicant online, or is this to deal with this continuance request, or is this handled by staff? If so, if someone's online, please raise your hand.
I don't see anyone online, Madam Chair.
Jamie, is this yours too? Okay.
It is. The applicant requested this continuance. I believe, again, they're trying to work with their neighbors. I know that there's been some opposition, so I think that that's where this is. But she did request until the 9th.
Okay. Do I have a motion, and no fee, correct?
No fee.
Okay. Do I have a motion to continue this matter without fee until March 9th?
So moved.
I have a motion from Mr. Kelleher. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Ebbets. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. This matter is continued without fee till March 9th. Joe, this last case I have on the list, is this a continuance or a dismissal? I have two indications.
It's a dismissal.
Okay, thank you. Then let's call docket number 25. The case number is 56. The address is 3201 North Ameristar. Is there someone online requesting this dismissal? If so, raise your hand. If not, let me hear from the staff member who has this case.
There's no one online, and it's Jamie's case.
Okay, all right, Jamie, go ahead.
Yes, the applicant did request dismissal of this case. They're no longer pursuing the sign in question.
Okay, so do I have a motion then to dismiss this case?
So moved.
I have a motion from Mr. Stiller. Do I have a second?
Second.
The second from Mr. Vanucci. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. This matter's been dismissed. Before we take the first case that we're going to hear testimony on, I do believe that our new board member, Tom Gorn, I'm not going to say his name right. Is it Gornick?
Lawrence.
Can he hear me? Tom, can you hear me?
There he goes.
Tom, can you hear us? We can't hear him.
He's off mute.
Yeah, he's off mute, but I can't hear him. Well, if I can't hear him, I can't. Tom, is your volume up? Okay.
I just got an email from him saying he can't get his microphone or camera to work.
Okay, well then he's probably not going to be able to help us. He'll have to just listen in today then, and one of the other board members will have to just take on the case, I guess, if he can't get that to work. Okay, that's all right. Tom, your first meeting will just be one where you listen and we can't hear from you. Welcome aboard, but we're sorry that you can't participate live today. Next time. All right, let's move forward then. Let's go back to the beginning of our docket. That docket number would be docket number 2. The case number is 50. The address is 1320 West 39th Street. Is the applicant online? If so, please raise your hand to be promoted.
And the applicant is Jarrett Dunn. If you could promote him, please.
And while you're promoting Mr. Dunn, is there anyone else online today that is here either interested in this case to either support or oppose it? If so, please also raise your hand to be promoted.
Get in. Madam Chair, we have 4 people that have raised their hand.
Okay.
Madam Chair, it looks like we have a quorum on this one,
Okay.
and it doesn't look like you were on it.
Oh, sorry.
If that's accurate.
Yeah, well, let me go back. You know what? I was so focused on one page and not another. My apologies. I was focused on my docket page, not my, hold on a second.
I do think it's accurate, Sarah, because I remember Kelleher sharing that.
Yeah, okay. I just wanted to double check.
Okay, well, then I will go silent. Mike, you will take this over.
Okay.
And Tom, you were here for the last meeting. I know you can't talk or video, but Tom Grins, he was here for the last meeting, so he's on the quorum.
How does that work? I was here as well. Would then I go in his place?
Yes.
Talking. Okay.
Yes, you're listed, Randy, and I think that would be best. Yeah.
Yeah, we still have 5 members of the quorum present. So we'll call docket number 2, case number 00050. The property address is Brewery at 39th Street. Would the applicant please raise their hand? You state your name for the record, please.
Jarrett Dunn.
You solemnly swear testimony you're about to give to be the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Mr. Dunn, have you had an opportunity to review the staff report that's been issued in your case?
Yes, I am.
Do you have any objection to the admission of the exhibits that are listed therein?
No.
We'll show all exhibits listed in the staff report admitted. And Jamie, is this your, or no, this is whose case? Jack?
Zach Nelson. This is my case. I'll go ahead and share my screen real quick.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Zach Nelson, City Planning staff. I'll be very brief with my presentation. I know you have a long agenda. So this next case is located along 39th Street, just east of State Line. A little more specifically, this is on the north side of 39th Street, kind of at the northeast corner of 39th and Terrace Street. There's an existing building on the site. It's currently zoned B3-2, which is kind of the zoning for this area. And this building previously served as a retail clothing store, and the applicant is intending to use this building in the future as a brewery and also as a tap room. And our zoning code classifies this type of use as artisanal food and beverage manufacturing, which requires a special use permit within the B3-2 zoning district. So that's why this is before you today. So this is just another view looking at the rear of the building. This is the parking that's available. As you can see, there's about 6 spots And then this is looking at the rear of the building. There's a loading dock here, as you can see, and then there's a door as well. And so this is a general floor plan that the applicant has proposed. There's floor beams going down the middle, tanks on one side, so a lot of the production equipment is on one side of the building, and then the tap room will be on the other side. And then this is a picture that he's provided as well, showing the interior of the building. So in terms of operating characteristics, the building is about 3,200 square feet. The applicant had initially stated that he intends to operate from 4 p.m. to midnight, Wednesday through Saturday, and potentially Sunday. 90% of the sales will be on site and 10% will be retail. And then all of the production equipment and products will be located within this structure as well. And then the applicant has spoken with the neighborhood. They've had a lot of discussions even prior to CPC and following CPC as well, just to kind of compromise on some of the operating characteristics. And so I wanted to provide you with this email that I received. It looks like they have spoken with each other, and there's now the neighborhood and the applicant have agreed to allow for the possibility of operating indoors until 1:30 a.m. And then 4 additional conditions. These were not approved by CPC. These are just additional discussions that were recommended by CPC that they have. So the first, I'll be very brief, is a maximum of 6 outdoor events per year. Seating and service in the parking lot is prohibited except during these outdoor events. 2, hours for all outdoor activities and outdoor seating will end by 10 p.m. 3, the owner will construct a 6-foot fence along the northern perimeter of the parking lot and along the western perimeter up to the driveway. So this is intended to provide some visual separation from the residences to the north. And then the 4th is that if there's ever lighting added, it'll be shielded from the residences. So again, these conditions were not approved by CPC. They're just additional suggested conditions that the neighborhood would like to add to this SUP. And so I won't go through all this, but the staff has gone through and staff believes that this complies with the artisanal food and beverage manufacturing criteria. And then in terms of the special use permit analysis, staff believes that this is an appropriate special use permit. It fits the character of this area. And the applicant, as I mentioned, has spoken several times with the neighborhood. And so staff is supportive of this special use permit, and this went to CPC in early January, and they recommended approval with the conditions that are in the staff report. However, if you would like, you can also choose to add the conditions that the neighborhood has suggested as well. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Zach. First of all, let me applaud the neighbors and Mr. Dunn for their efforts in resolving this case without necessity of a lot of testimony. But having said that, I would ask for anyone who is in opposition to the approval of this application, subject to those 4 additional conditions that you've hammered out in private discussions, to raise your hand so you can speak.
Patrick Saylor.
Sorry, go ahead.
Patrick Saylor, 3818 Mercer. Some of the neighbors to the north
Mr.
agree.
Saylor, excuse me, I need to swear you in. Do you solemnly swear testimony you're about to give to be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, please proceed.
Some of the neighbors to the north agreed. The neighbors to the east did not agree with the conditions. There's a residential home 10 feet to the east of that house or that business. And, if he wants to get a liquor license, we would support a 10 p.m. closing Sunday through Thursday, 1:30 Saturday and Sunday, if he doesn't want opposition to a liquor license. Thank you.
Okay. Next we have Patrick Faltico.
Yep, present.
Mr. Faltico, you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give to be the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
I do. So I am president of the neighborhood association in Volker. Volker's Neighborhood Association Board agreed to stay neutral on this application because we had so much for and some against sentiment from neighbors. After the last BZA meeting, when you encouraged us to try to facilitate a compromise, we held a dedicated meeting. Basically had a lot of back and forth communication between the neighbors immediately on Terrace. My understanding was that most of the conditions were around noise. So I suggested that all outdoor activities close at 10. And Jarrett agreed to this, as well as the other conditions that I think he had already previously agreed to, but this was more explicit. Due to this development, as far as the compromise goes, the neighborhood association agreed to support the application. So I do realize that Patrick Saylor and perhaps others are still not content with the outcome, but that's where we stand.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Paltico. Douglas Brooks, would you raise your right hand to be sworn?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Brooks, do you solemnly swear testimony you're about to give to be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir. I just got into this Zoom meeting. Is this the one with John Broker?
No.
I'm supposed to be in a Zoom meeting between John Broker and myself over setback variance.
Okay. When that case is called, you'll be promoted to testify.
Okay.
How about?
Okay, thank you, sir.
You bet. Susan Keisel, are you interested in the brewery at 39th Street?
Yes.
Okay, would you raise your right hand to be sworn? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give to be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay, please proceed with your testimony.
I would just like to say that I am aware that some of the neighbors are not in agreement with these conditions, but it seems like a good compromise, and many are. And I do hope that this application will not be approved without all of the conditions that we have listed.
Thank you. Anyone else in this case wish to testify?
Mr. Chairman, there's Amy Carlson in the top left of my
Oh,
screen.
I'm sorry. Yes, Ms. Carlson, do you solemnly swear testimony you're about to give to be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, please tell us what your testimony is.
Yeah, my testimony, what I wanted to talk about is that it seems to be, there's sort of a general presentation that there seems to be the idea that the neighborhood is under mostly a consensus, but the folks in our house do not want this brewery to take place. We are at the top of Terrace, so 2 houses down from the brewery where it would be, we are right across the street. And we are constantly, the parking is an issue. My husband has to park down the street and around the corner in order to not get his side mirrors knocked off. We've had drunk driving issues. There's street noise until late already, and we have young kids and they can't sleep. And I also feel like it's my point of view that the misinformation that we were given at the beginning and how that's changed over the course of the presentation is, I just think I don't think he has got the best interests of the neighborhood at heart. Originally, he was only going to be open until 10 o'clock. That was at our meeting on January 27th. And then that became something else on our meeting, the meeting on December 18th. And then that became something else on our meeting on January 27th. And the inconsistency there just feels dishonest to me. And he's telling us one thing as a neighborhood group and telling you guys something else. And I just don't appreciate being treated that way. I think if he really was trying to work with us, he would be more transparent.
Do you agree that the 4 conditions that Zach had listed in his report are accurately portrayed?
I don't think that those conditions are helpful. Do you mean the ones that the neighborhood put together?
I'm not asking you to agree to those conditions.
Okay.
You've charged the applicant with being somewhat dishonest. And what I'd
Yes,
like to
correct.
know is, are the conditions listed in Zach's report that he showed us a few minutes ago, are
Mhm.
those accurate?
Those are accurate based on the new information that we have, not based on previous meetings that we have where Mr. Dunn presented other things to the neighborhood.
Okay. All right. Okay, board members, are there any questions for the witnesses or the applicant? Zach, while we're thinking about that, would you put those 4 conditions that have been added to your report up on the screen, please?
Sure.
Can you enlarge it a little bit? There you go. Much better. Okay, having reread those, board members, do you have questions of the applicant or of anyone who spoke in opposition? Then I would entertain any motion on this case.
Mr. Chairman, in case number 50, I recommend that the applicant's request be granted in accordance with the staff report and the site plan and all the conditions listed therein, in addition to the 4 additional conditions that the neighborhood and the applicant have agreed upon as presented in Zachary's presentation today.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
I'd like to say something. I had my hand up earlier. I didn't realize I was muted.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You state your name, please.
My name is Jorge Garcia.
And do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give to be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do, I swear.
Okay, proceed.
I'm a bit concerned because when we first started to when we first started to meet about this, we had a different set of expectations set forth, such as an earlier time for the closing of the business, and I feel like that's changed over time, and I'm really concerned because we already have so much congestion on our street, and I don't think that we need a brewery right up the street, especially when there's so many bars and restaurants already in place. And so my concern is just that this is just gonna precipitate and make things a lot worse for us in the neighborhood. I live right down the street, a few houses away from where the business will be, and I'm a bit concerned about this. And I also agree that Jarrett hasn't been forthright since the beginning. I feel like things that were first proposed have changed over time, and now I feel like this is just not, I had envisioned us having a honest talk about whether to have this business open in our neighborhood.
Well, let me just say to you and the other persons that are concerned about that when and if this application is approved, subject to all of these conditions, if the applicant violates any of those conditions, you can insist upon the city having another hearing on whether or not that special permit should be revoked. So whether or not, something was said before that you don't think was accurate or true, What we're talking about today is here in black and white, and that's what will be approved if an approval is granted. So any further questions? Mr. Benuki, do you wish to renew your motion after hearing that testimony?
Yes.
One item, I'm wondering if maybe we shouldn't hear from Mr. Dunn. See if he wanted to respond to any of the comments that were made.
Do you wish to testify further, Mr. Dunn?
I think I've had, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I've had quite a few testimony over the process. I mean, when I first started this process, not knowing how long I need to be open to be profitable was one of the first things. And finding out just to have the ability to stay open a little bit later, to be a profitable business, to be viable in that area is something that I need to have. So yeah, the hours potentially will change. I don't think I'm being dishonest about it, but I don't really want to get in that argument about my character. I think it stands for itself.
And so to be clear, you are in agreement with the 4 additional conditions that have been submitted here today?
Yes, Chair, I am.
Okay. Any further questions from board members?
Zach, a quick question for you. Is this renewed in 5 years, or is this a time limit on this one?
That would be something else that you would need to add. I think 5 years would probably be appropriate, but it's up to you all.
If we want to add additional time, I'd ask Mr. Benuki to withdraw his motion.
I'm happy to, but if I, as one board member, I'm fine with the motion as stated, but I will withdraw if someone wants to, has another idea.
I'll construe that as a statement by Mr. Benuki that he wants to go forward. If there is opposition, then I assume we can have another motion and vote on it later. Is there a second for Mr. Benuki's motion?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign.
Opposed.
And the chair votes with the motion. The application is granted. Good luck, Mr. Dunn.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate everything you've done.
Tom, we're glad you're with us. Tom Gruntz.
Tom, can you hear us now? Okay, you're still muted. Can you unmute? We can't hear you though. Okay, sorry. All right, so the next case, let's go on to the next docket, which is docket number 3. Case number 5, the address is 3722 Central Street. Is the applicant present? If so, please raise your hand to be promoted.
Madam Chair, I'm promoting the applicant right now. His name is Maximilian Howe.
Before we proceed, I just want to check. Oh, Mr. Gorens, I was going to ask, it looked like you were unmuted for a second. And you're muted now. So, okay, I just want to get clear.
Hello?
Are you unmuted?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Tom.
I'm on 2 computers and trying to make it work, so.
Okay, so I assume you will be participating on this forum then. I just want to get clear who's voting.
Okay, now that we can hear him, I think he can participate. And he's one of the regular members, correct, Ms. Baxter?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And I missed our last meeting, so Tom, I apologize. I didn't realize that you made it and I didn't, so my apologies.
And the last name is pronounced Gorentz.
Gorentz. Thank you. Thank you. I hate that I don't know how to hear it. Gorentz.
Sorry.
I've got that. Thank you, Tom.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, let's go on to this next case. Did Mr. Howell get promoted? Oh, I see him. Mr. Howell, can you hear me fine, sir?
I can, thank you.
Can you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, or nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Is there anyone else online today who's here to either support or oppose this request for variance?
Madam Chair, there's a Matthew Browning and Jacob Ambrose that both raised their hand and they're
please.
promoted.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Browning and Mr. Ambrose, I see your squares, but I don't see your faces and you're muted. Would you please? Okay, now I see Mr. Ambrose. Can you hear me?
I can.
Okay. Are you here in support or opposition of this request for variance?
As submitted, I am in opposition.
Okay, well then we'll give you a chance to speak in a minute. Mr. Browning, can you hear me? You're still muted. Can you unmute?
I just tried to. Can you hear me now?
Now I can. Now I can.
Okay. I don't know why my picture's not showing up, but I don't know.
Are you here in support or opposition to this variance?
I'm in opposition.
Okay. And Mr. Browning, I can't see you, but if both you and Mr. Ambrose would raise your hands.
There we go.
There I can
There
see.
we go.
Would you raise your hands to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, I'm going to hear from Mr. Howell first, and then we'll let you speak. Mr. Howell, have you reviewed the staff report that was created by the city staff as it relates to your case today?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, at the last end of that report, there are a list of administrative exhibits that number, and the numbering is wrong. So there should be 10 exhibits. There are two number 7, so we need to correct that. But do you have any objection to the admission of the 10 exhibits listed at the bottom of that report for the board to consider this afternoon?
No.
Okay. Administrative exhibits 1 through 10 will be admitted. I'm sorry. Yes, Mr. Howell.
I do would like to, I guess, submit another exhibit.
We'll get to that.
Okay.
That's separate
All right.
and apart. So I'm just
All right.
dealing with these first. So I'm going to admit exhibits 1 through 10 as it relates to this case. And then Mr. Huey, this is your case, is that correct? Would you please present the case to the board, and then we'll hear from Mr. Howell, and we'll hear from the folks in opposition.
Yes, Madam Chair. Let me share my screen here. So once again, my name is Christopher Huey, staff planner, City Planning Development Department. Before us, we have a variance request for 3722 Central Street. The property is zoned R-1.5. Mr. Howell is looking for variances to the side yard setbacks for the principal structure and driveway. It's kind of the general site location within the city limits. And here is the property itself, currently undeveloped. So I do want to start off by pointing out there was an error in my staff report. I didn't catch it till it was brought to my attention after publishing. The actual full width of the lot is 50 feet, not 34. I misread one of the dimensions on the plans. So the correct lot width is 50 feet, which would necessitate a correction to the minimum lot side yard setback of 5 feet. So that's where you kind of see these little annotations on the PowerPoint for you. Mr. Howell is essentially, I'm going to skip a few slides to get to the plan here, constructing a 4-unit multi-unit house at this property with rear loaded parking. The proposal its goal is to provide for almost a 0-foot setback along the south property line for the principal structure and a 0-foot setback along the north property line for the driveway access to serve the property. This site has gone through rezoning, area plan amendments, and a certificate of appropriateness granted based on the proposed plans as reviewed by those various governing bodies. Through the permit review process is when these variances were kind of noted and brought to the staff's attention. So we're here today, the applicant seeking these various variances. So as stated, the first variance is for the principal structure for they're looking for a 0-foot setback for the south property line for the principal structure. The city's code stipulates a 10% minimum side yard setback for all properties based on the width of the lot. With a 50-foot lot width, there would be a 5-foot side yard setback for any principal structure to any adjoining properties. Staff reviewed this request in kind of consideration with the general built environment in the area. This would be a full 5-foot yard setback. Most properties in the area don't tend to have a 0-foot setback, although they could have ones less than 5. And the only way to obviously that staff can foresee of making the site developable would be to actually redesign the site and or structure to meet said setbacks. The second variance, variance B, is for the driveway setback, which is required to have an 18-inch setback from adjoining side yard property lines. The proposal is for 0-foot or 0-inch, in this case, setback to the side yard property line to the north. Looking at the surrounding context, there are several driveways that appear to be at or maybe close to those side yard property lines. Looking at possible ways to obviate this situation, that the only really foreseeable option would be to either redesign the site or building, or narrow the 10-foot proposed driveway width to approximately 8.5 feet. So here again is the proposed site plan. As you can see, driveway is right here, almost on the property line, and the variance A, the side yard setback for the property, is almost on the south property line. Here's the proposed plot plan. As you can see, it's similar. This is drawn by a surveyor, showing the 0-foot setback from the north property line, and they have shown a 0.6 and a 0.5 foot setback from the south property line, equating to approximately 6 inches. Here's some more close-up variances of both documents. Again, variance A, giving you a little bit, better legibility to see the proposed plans, and variance B in the bottom half. For contextual purposes, here is the proposed building elevations. The first one on top is the east elevation that would face Central Street. The second elevation is the north elevation. The first elevation is the west or rear building elevation, and then the south elevation on the bottom portion of the slide. With that, I would conclude my presentation and turn over to Mr. Howe for anything he'd like to add.
Yeah, Chris, you did an excellent job. Thank you for that. In addition to what was presented, since the, initial feedback from the neighborhood, worked assiduously to try to come up with a plan that would be amenable from the neighbors and the neighbor. And so we have agreed to alter the site plan and switch the driveway to the other side and mirror. The driveway would be actually adjacent to 3716 Central Street. In addition to that change, I'd like to note that we spent a significant amount of time, years almost, working with the neighborhood association and garnering a certificate of appropriateness from the Historic Preservation Office, because the site is in a historic district. So this design is not the design that we as an entity wanted. It was a design of the community and for the community, and that is design that we've presented. We actually didn't know that we would need to go through an additional hearing since we had that approval. So since this was new to us, we apologize that we didn't kind of put this initially, and was called kind of after we started construction. But just wanted to note that, and I believe that's all I have.
Germano, you are muted.
That happened. How did that happen? I don't remember hitting that button.
I did that accidentally, sorry.
Okay, I was like, I don't think I had muted. Okay, forgot, Joe, you have the power to control my speech today. Because if I get in trouble, that's the hook that pulls me off. So, so just for clarification, the plan that is in front of the board incorporates that flipping of the house and moving the driveway to the other side, or is that something in addition you're saying you're going to change today?
No, that is something I did it to Chris too late for the presentation. But we have agreed and I've sent it to Mr. Ambrose for approval, but it is basically mirror the site and switching the driveway to the opposite side. And so the driveway would be on the left side if you're looking directly in front of the house, and the building would then be switched over to the other side.
Okay, so my concern then is that we don't have a clear understanding of what variances would be needed today with that revision of the site plan. Is that correct?
It would be the same variances, I believe, that we would be needed. It would just be a change of the layout of the site.
Mr. Huey, do you agree?
Under a kind of a cursory review, I've opened the site plan provided by Mr. Howe. It would seem that it's a simple switch of which variance is granted to which side yard. So in this case, variance A be granted to the north property line and variance B to the south property line. If you would like to admit it into record, I can project that to the committee here today, if that would help.
We will, if that's a new plan we will need that. So we have something to make a decision about. While you're doing that, let me ask Mr. Ambrose and Mr. Browning, are you still both in opposition to this proposal in light of this comment that the applicant wishes to flip the side of the home where the driveway would be? Go one at a time. Mr. Ambrose, you first.
Yes. So I spoke with Maximilian a couple times now, both by email and in person, and the suggestion to flip it was through that discussion. It's still not my favorite thing in the world to have it this close, but I am much more willing to live with this than how it was originally proposed, because the original proposal, I summarized it all in my letter of opposition, so I won't go through it all for the sake of brevity, but I had a lot of concerns with it there.
Okay. All right. Mr. Browning, are you in opposition to this revised plan that we're now seeing on the screen? You're muted, Mr. Browning.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
I can. Go ahead, Mr. Browning.
Okay, very good. I still would be in opposition to this because I think it's just too close. I am a director on the neighborhood board that negotiated and looked at this building and worked with Landmarks to work with the skin and the materials and the look of the building, which we're very happy with, and we did approve. And the mistake that we made is the same mistake that the city made, and the same mistake that the developer made, is that we all missed how the original plot plan of how big the building was going to be. We knew that when we approved it for Landmarks, that it was going to go through other processes that would deal with the side setbacks. We were concerned with the front setback, which we're happy with, and the design of the building, and we think it's a good fit. We were actually okay with the increased density. It's a fourplex in a single family slot, but we and the city staff and apparently a bunch of people missed that he was ultimately going to be asking for a 0 setback on the sides, which if you see from the material, that would put them excavating right on the property line. And so we would be against that. Even flipping it, you just create the problem for the building on the other side. And even if Maximilian owns the other property, as a director for the neighborhood association, we're looking out for all the buildings, and he may not own that building forever. And we want to make it where the buildings have the proper side setbacks to protect the property owners on either side. So we would still be against it.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to admit this, and I believe it will be Exhibit 11. Is that correct, Sarah or Christopher?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes, that's correct.
this will be marked as Exhibit 11 and admitted. All right, board members, do you have questions about this request?
I have a question of staff.
Yes, Mr. Stiller.
So if we're looking at the site plan, it looks at, on the survey, we had 8 inches in the front worth of side setback and then 6 in the back. We've got 6 inches minimum. How come we're not looking for a variance of 4 foot 6 inches as opposed to the 5?
So the Mr. Jeff, if I'm misunderstanding, please correct me. So it's based on the initial conversations with the applicant, the kind of initial plans, and the plot plan did kind of show some very close proximity here. I believe you as the board could amend that motion or amend the requested variance to state a minimum setback of 6 inches. But that would be, I believe, under your power to consider.
And that would be consistent with the site plan.
I believe so, as shown here today. Yes.
Well, I guess I would ask of the applicant why he's asking for a variance of 5 feet when the site plan shows you only need 4 foot 6.
I guess that would be an error on my part in terms of kind of what kind of variance we are asking for. I guess we don't need that large of a variance. It'd be a smaller variance. We do want to keep in mind that we spent, countless dollars, hours on this project based on its approval from the neighborhood, and it would be devastating for this project to not move forward as is, as all of the architecture, engineering, civil work, all that has been, completed on the project. I mean, it would devastate, the company and the project.
I think I understand you.
I also own the building or in the process of purchasing the building that's adjacent on 3716. And as the owner of that building, would definitely support the 0 lot line for the overall betterment of the neighborhood.
Understood. So if we went with 4 foot 6 as opposed to the 5 foot, you'd still be able to build per your site plan and the way the building is drawn. It was just an aspect of filling out an application. You put 5 foot down instead of the 4 foot 6.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any other questions from board members? Okay. Hearing no other comments, I would entertain.
Would I be allowed to add an additional comment if I may?
Yes, Mr. Ambrose, I'll let you make one more comment. Go ahead.
Thank you. So my understanding is, as drawn with the driveway, with the patio, and with the building, that it effectively fills the entire lot. So there's, and maybe I misunderstood, so there is no 4 foot 6 clearance anywhere as shown, even with the flip. And with that said, the way it's drawn, the actual foundation footing and the roof line, in this case on the north side, would actually extend over the property line into the north lot. I personally don't have an objection to that, but that was one of the comments I had when it was flipped and it was on the south side, because both the roof and the footing would have extended into my lot. So just one point of clarification.
Well,
so Mr. Stiller, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Staff can correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think you can have something project beyond your property.
I would probably defer to Mr. I believe the architect Lonnie Shanks is raising his hand. He might be able to better clarify that. We evaluate setbacks based on the principal structure, and there are provisions in the code for allowances into said setbacks. However, crossing the property line may be a different categorization, but I will defer to Mr. Shanks for that.
Mr. Shanks, are you on? I can't see him with the, do you want to?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, Mr. Shanks, I'll need to swear you in. Will you raise your hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, can you answer the question? Because I tend to agree with Mr. Stiller that you can't build beyond
Yes,
the property line.
I can answer it for you. The reason the 6-inch setback is shown from the property line is because there's a 6-inch overhang.
Okay, so I believe Mr. Stiller is correct that the variance that needs to be requested today is 4.5 feet or 4 feet 6 inches from the property line now that is on the other side of the driveway, correct? Opposite of the driveway.
Correct.
All right. All right, so I think that answers the question. Board members, any other questions? If not, I would entertain a motion. I would caution whoever makes the motion that the staff report has been corrected and there's been other information about what's actually being asked. So if I understand what's being needed today is that on one, and maybe Mr. Huey can correct me if I've got this wrong, but there should be a request for 4 feet 6 inches of variance on, is that A or is that request A or B, Mr. Huey?
That's request A. Madam Chair, if I could maybe add a technical clarification just for our permits team in the future, just so that it absolves any question. And I don't mean to speak for the board, so please, interject here. A 4 foot 6 setback for the principal structure, and then a 0 foot setback for the overhang, just to add some clarity for the permits team. Meaning that the roof itself could touch the property line, but no other part of the structure. Yeah.
I see what you're saying. Okay. So, and that's in variance request A?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So in variance request A, you have a 2-part, board members, if you understand that you're offering a variance for as he said, for one part of it. Okay. So I caution you. So whatever board member wants to make a motion, I'd entertain it.
I brought it up, so I'll give it a shot.
Thank you, Mr. Stiller.
Madam Chair, I would move that the board grant the application with an alteration to request A, altered to a side yard setback from the north property line for the principal structure of 4 feet 6 inches and a 0 foot variance for the roof overhang or any building projections, again, to the north property line. Is that?
And you still need to deal with variance B.
I've got full screen. I can't see variance C.
B, did he, I'm sorry, did I misunderstand? I didn't think he addressed B.
I did not address B. What?
Okay.
Can you remind me what B is? I'm scrolling here to try to find it.
Is that the 18 inches? What did you change that to, Patrick? To Chris, I'm sorry.
That was for a 0 foot setback or 0 inch setback to the driveway to the, in this case now, the south property line.
Then I would add to that the 0 foot setback for the driveway parking area to the south property line.
Okay, I believe we have a motion made that addresses this revised exhibit 11. Do I have a second to that motion?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Kelleher. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. The request is granted as stated. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you guys very much. I appreciate it.
All right, let's move to our next case, which is docket number 4, case number 13, with an address of 12204 East 68th Street. Would the applicant please raise their hand if they're present to be promoted?
The applicant's John Broker, and I've promoted him.
Okay. Mr. Broker, I can see you. Would you state your name, please?
John Broker.
Would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. Is there anyone else on the line today to either support or oppose this request for variance? Please raise your.
Madam Chair, there's a second person, I think, that's part of the applicant team named Doug Brooks that I promoted also, but no one else is raising their hand.
Okay. Is Mr. Broker, is Mr. Brooks a part of your side?
No.
Okay.
Okay, I'm sorry. He is promoted though, Madam Chair. He may just be interested in the case.
Okay. Mr. Brooks, can you hear me?
Yes,
Okay. Are you here on this case?
yes, I am.
Are you in opposition or support?
I'm in opposition to the setback.
Okay.
And
So,
I have another neighbor here too that would like to be commented.
okay. Do you have a camera so I can see the both of you?
Yeah, it should be right in front of both of us.
Okay. I don't see you. Can you turn your camera on?
How do I do that?
Are you on a PC or are you on an iPhone or what are you on? I
I'm on
see.
a
Okay, we see.
Samsung tablet. Can you
Okay,
see me now?
I can. All right. So, and who's with you? What's their name, Mr. Brooks?
My name is Gary Strever. That's Strever. I am a neighbor of Mr. Brooks.
Okay. Gentlemen, would you both please raise your right hands to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. We'll give you a chance to speak after we hear from Mr. Broker, okay? Mr. Broker, have you had a chance to review the staff report that's been created for your request today?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, on the last 2 pages of that report, there's a list of administrative exhibits. And in your case, there are 9 of those exhibits. Do you have any objection to my admitting those for the board to consider this afternoon?
No.
Those 9 exhibits are admitted. Among those, we have a PowerPoint presentation. Christopher Huey will make that presentation and then we'll have further questions. Chris, when you're ready, go ahead.
Okay.
Excuse me. Apologies, Madam Chair. I hit start from beginning here. So again, Christopher Huey, staff planner, city planning development. We have another variance case before you today. Coincidentally, also dealing with side yard setbacks. So the property is kind of located in the kind of southeastern quadrant of the city, near the shared city limits of the city of Raytown. Here is the site in question. I included the image on the left just so you can see that we are dealing with a already built structure, just so because the aerial is older and doesn't really show the existing footprint. So before us is a side yard setback variance request for both the east and west side yard property lines. The city's code stipulates a 10% side yard setback in the R7.5 zoning district. In this particular case is a bit of a unique scenario. Since the shape of the lot kind of has almost a pie shape to it, the average lot width across the front and very back property lines is 78.615 feet, which creates a required side yard setback, that 10%, of 7.86 feet or 7 feet 10.3 inches. The issue here is that the home was issued a permit and constructed with a 7.5 foot side yard setback. What you can see the approved plot plan in the attached staff report, which I'll get to here in just a moment. So this would have only necessitated a 7 foot 6 inch side yard setback, which is what the home was constructed for. So therefore, the applicant's requesting a variance to both side yard setbacks, east and west, for a total of 4.33 inches on each side, or excuse me, a difference of 4.33 inches on each side. Looking at the substantial differences in the what was constructed and what was being required is approximately a 4.8% difference in the side yard setback. The only obvious way to solve for this situation would actually be to remove the home itself and reconstruct it. As you can see at the very bottom, the applicant's statement of practical difficulty. Here is the approved plot plan in question. I did do a kind of a zoom in feature, so it would be a little bit easier to be viewed by the board and attendees. And here's for reference purposes, the house plan that was used to construct on this site. So with that, I will conclude my presentation, turn it over to Mr. Broker for any comments he'd like to add.
Mr. Broker, how did this slight discrepancy occur?
With our surveyor, and he has talked to staff as well, I believe, in the permitting section, the way the code reads, it does not specify completely on how to get that 10% on a pie-shaped yard. So, because with the pie-shaped yards, you could end up with a lot of lots that aren't even buildable if you do the front and back. It was set off of the front corner and the back corner of the house for the side set yard. And with that, it met the parameters and it was approved through the city.
Okay. All right. Mr. Brooks, can you hear me?
Yes.
After hearing the presentation of staff, are you, and is it Mr. Strever? I'm sorry, say that again.
Strever.
Strever, sorry. I'm still in opposition to this variance request.
Yes.
Okay, and why is that?
Okay, he's talking about the hardship of, he has a built house now. My first complaint was on June 8th, when they poured the foundation footings, that he was too close to the property line. Very easy correction then. He kept building his property, even though the building permits had been pulled, they kept building. Every time I'd call zone or code enforcement and that, they wouldn't do anything. But what we're looking at, he is roughly, or is 7 inches too close to my property. And that, which, you know, he should have been like 94.34 inches away from my property line. He's 87 inches away from my property line. And that, and then you go from that, even with the house setting there, and you can look at the pie-shaped lot. All he would have had to done to stay within his variances is move that house back 15 feet on the lot to the wider part of the lot. And that, but they chose to keep it way up towards the front where the lot got narrower. Then on the side of the house, you've got fireplace outdeals hanging out 2 feet. You've got an AC unit that's going to be mounted between my fence and his house. That's going to stick out 3 feet, let alone with that house that close to my property of what it's cost me in home value. If I decide to sell my house and they come up and look at, they've got a house sitting right there looking right down in the backyard. And that, I will not, I feel that I don't owe him a variance. I won't give him a variance, but you know, that's to be seen in that. But it basically boils down to, if he would have, before they started building this property, checked property lines. They didn't. They just come in, cleared a lot, and started building. They didn't know where the property lines were for sure. That come in after the fact. They found the surveyor's stake out there, the saw mark on the street, and that's when it all started, that it's too close to my property. He messed very significantly. You know, any builder should check property lines before they start. I was in the trades for 40 years building, and we never built anything without knowing where our property lines were. But that's my opinion of it. Now, I don't know if Gary's got anything to say or not here.
Okay, Mr. Streeter, what are your comments?
Well, my concern is, if this variance is allowed, then what are they going to do to these other lots in here? They didn't survey this property until after the foundation was in. I was over across the street. I live across the street at 6801 Woodside, retired Kansas City firefighter, moved into country, and I found out there are no laws down there, code, so that's why I came back. But if this is allowed to stand, what else are they going to do? The fireplace box, I think it by city code is too close to Mr. Brooks's property line by fire code. I think it's supposed to be at least 5 feet away. Could be wrong, but I don't think so. But other than that, Mr. Brooks has pretty much said it all.
Okay,
They should have surveyed the property before they started, and they didn't.
Mr. Broker, what is this firebox issue?
It's a cantilever out where the fireplace bumps out from the foundation.
So the fireplace is connected to the home?
Correct. It's just a box that sits on the upper half of the house.
You
And
can
we
see it pretty
did-
well in the elevation if Zach brought that back up.
We did have the house surveyed. The surveyor set the pins for us to dig off of. He did come back out and resurvey it as an as-built to make sure we were where we're supposed to be, and we were.
May I say something?
Yes, Mr. Brooks, one more comment, yes.
He did not have the lot surveyed until there was dispute on the north end of my property, which is a whole different ballgame. And that was after the foundations, footings and foundations and everything were already poured on that lot. So there was no surveys done ahead of time.
Okay. All right. Are there any other people online that have comments in opposition or support that I've not recognized, Mr. Repsnickle?
There was Brant Ladwig had raised his hand, and looks like he's unmuted and on the screen now.
Okay, Mr. Ladwig, can you state your name, please? I can't hear you.
Yes, ma'am. My name's Brant Ladwig.
And are you interested in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
What is your interest in this case?
I am the professional surveyor that prepared the plot plan. Also did survey the property. When we are surveying and staking a house, we verify the front curb notches and rear property corners in order to correctly stake the house on property. Whenever you survey a property, as you well know, you have 1 point, 2 points. That gives you a start. Your third point is a check. You have all 4 property orders.
He's
That
cutting,
gives you
he's cutting out. I can't hear him.
I'm sorry, who's speaking?
What is that?
I'm sorry, the court reporter cannot hear you.
He's
Oh, I'm
cutting-
sorry.
He's cutting out.
Does it help? Is this help any if I speak up a little more?
Yeah,
Yes.
Okay.
get closer to your, get closer to your microphone.
The property was surveyed, and basically the point that I would like to cut to is we actually surveyed it a first and second time. And if I could share my screen with you, I would like to point out the city, I believe, has miscalculated the minimum 10% side yard.
We'll have to mark it as an exhibit. What exhibit number will this be, Ms. Baxter?
Let me check.
Hold on, Mr. Ladwig, 1 minute.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, that would be exhibit 10.
Okay, this will be marked as exhibit 10, and Mr. Ladwig will need to keep a copy of this. So staff will need to tell us how we need to capture a copy of this shared screen.
Mr. Liver, can you email this to me so I can incorporate into the record?
Yes, absolutely.
You'll need to email it to Mr. Huey.
I can do that, absolutely.
I will send it to you in a chat here shortly.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so Mr. Ladwig, what is your point that
Well, okay, so as you can see on the screen, the side setback per city code 88-810-1610 highlights here this hatched
Mr.
portion.
Ladwig, 1 minute. Someone who's online has got background noise. If you're not speaking, please go on mute. All right, thank you. Mr. Ladwig, please go ahead.
Yes, I was just wanting to point out the area as shown in the city's code here, 88-810-610, highlights the side setback area to be that portion behind the front building line and in front of the rear building line. And in calculations of that, we would calculate relative to the location of the structure within this area, not at the street frontage or the rear property corner. And I have attached a copy of the plot plan as shown here, where I have shown those calculations at the rear of the house and at the front of the house. After 25 years of this profession, this has been industry standard and have shown the calculations. I'll zoom in on them here to be the side yard calculations along the rear of the house and the front of the house to come up with a 10% average of 7.29 feet. And we've actually provided 7.5. And this is in direct reference to the city's charter here, that the development standard that calls out for the mean horizontal distance between these side property lines of a measured lot within the lot's boundaries. It does not specify whether it is front building line, rear building line. The only other reference would be this that highlights the hatched side yard area. And that is the basis of our calculations in stating we are only required a 7.29 foot side yard setback.
All right, thank you, Mr. Ladwig. Mr. Huey?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Huey, do you have a comment as to Mr. Ladwig's calculations and its appropriateness?
I would have to probably defer to our permits team on specifics since I was not involved in the initial issuance of this permit. I would agree, looking at the specific highlighted text, it does not specify where said measurements to be taken, but I would also probably need to refer back to the code as a whole.
I'm sure it's moving on, and I'm sure.
Okay. And so then you can't offer us an opinion on Mr. Ladwig's interpretation being correct, or or the city's interpretation of a variance is correct?
From my understanding of the situation that transpired, the permit was issued with the pretense, as Mr. Ladwig has described, under further review and by some of our permits team staff, it was realized that was a mistaken issuance, hence why the variance was needed to kind of rectify the situation.
Okay, all right. All right. Thank you, Mr. Ladwig, for that clarification. If you will email that to Mr. Huey, we'll mark that as an exhibit. Thank you. All right.
Thank you.
Any other persons online that I haven't recognized, Mr. Rexwinkle?
No, Madam Chair.
All right. Does the board understand this request or have questions for the applicant or any of the public witnesses that have given testimony today? Hearing no questions, I would entertain a motion on this case. Do I have a motion from a board member?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr. Stiller.
I would move that the board grant the request as outlined in the staff report and site plans.
I have a motion from Mr. Stiller. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Kelleher. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. The request is granted as stated. Thank you all. All right, let's move to the next case, which is docket number 5.
They granted his request.
Case number 107 with an address of 3741 Forest Avenue. Would the applicant please raise their hand to be promoted to the hearing?
Madam Chair, I've promoted the applicant, Jonathan Bish, and he is online now.
Mr. Bish, can you please unmute yourself and turn your camera on? I see you. Could you state your name for the record, please?
Jonathan Bish, President of Squire Park Neighborhood Association.
Okay, and this is your request, correct?
Correct.
Okay, would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Is there anyone else online today that wants to either support or oppose this request for an appeal, I guess?
Correct.
Madam Chair, I've promoted Chris Maddox from Rouse Fretz, and there's also Amy Kraus that I'm promoting. She's raised her hand. I'm promoting her.
Okay. Mr. Maddox, can you hear me? You're on mute.
I can, Madam Chair. Can you hear me?
I can now.
Let me try to get my camera.
Are working, that'd be great. It's just, okay. And Mr. Maddox, are you here in support or opposition of this appeal?
I am here in opposition to the appeal, representing Journey to New Life on behalf of Patricia Jensen, who has a continuance request on this case.
Okay, and Ms. Kraus, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
And are you here in support or opposition to this request for appeal?
I am in support of the request for appeal.
Okay, all right. Mr. Maddox and Ms. Kraus, would you both please raise your right hands and be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
All right. So where did all my people go? Mr. Bish. Okay. So this case was previously. No, we haven't. Have we heard this case? I'm trying to look. Hold on a second. I need to get myself oriented. 1 second. I'm on the wrong.
You have not. I think it was docketed for the 9th, but of course we had to, it was one of the cases moved from the 9th to this date.
Okay. Okay. So this is a certificate of non-conformance. Okay. All right. First of all, Mr. Bish, it appears that we have a request for continuance. Before we take the case, I'd like to find out what that is, because I don't want you to give testimony if the board decides that's a request that has merit. Let me ask you this question, Mr. Bish. Are you opposed to a continuance of today's hearing?
I am opposed. They had previously applied a year or so ago in front of the CPC, and it was continued 5 times. We never got an opportunity to speak on behalf of the neighborhood association. And so when they filed for a CLN, our only opportunity to speak was to file an appeal.
Okay. Okay. I see. Okay. All right. Mr. Maddox, why do you need a continuance request?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm here today in place of Patricia Jensen, who has worked with Sister Rose and Sister Georgia on this application for well over a year, as Mr. Bish stated. This is a very fact-intensive case. The documents in this case go back to the 1960s. Miss Jensen has that history and was prepared to move forward on February 9th when, due to circumstances beyond her control, that case was continued to today's special docket. Miss Jensen is actually on her way returning from a trip that she had planned for months. She's in the air right now on an airplane and unable to join this call remotely. We would ask that, in the interest of fairness, that this case be continued to allow Miss Jensen, who again has all of that knowledge and has represented Sister Rose and Sister Georgia throughout this process, so that they can have a fair hearing.
Okay. I'm sorry. And Ms. Kraus, you're here in support of Mr. Bish's request, correct?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And so are you, so, okay. So I think I understand your position then. All right. Board members have questions of either Mr. Maddox or Mr. Bish about this continuance request. I would make one comment as one board member. I do understand that we had to cancel the hearing from the 9th that was on us here at the city because of some issues with trying to properly advertise cases. So Mr. Bish, I can certainly understand how council might have been planning for this and then they just get shifted, and I appreciate that. I also, as one board member, understand of continuing something 5 times. I've been on this board since 1996. I think that's right. And I would be surprised if this board would ever continue something 5 times. That would be something that would be kind of unique for us. So while I appreciate your opposition, I also appreciate that this board likely created this situation. And so that I'm just one board member. Okay. So I'm gonna have the board vote and decide what they want to do. And I think the continuance, of course, Mr. Maddox, would just be to our next meeting, correct?
Yes, Madam Chair, that's correct.
And if the board did grant this motion, Ms. Jensen would be fully prepared to give her opposition at that time.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And Mr. Bish, if this board does continue this matter, are you available for our March hearing date?
And what's the date?
March 9th. Because if you're not, I would consider for the board to listen to us moving it to the next month. If that doesn't work for you, which would be April 13th. We meet once a month.
March 9th should be fine.
Okay, all right. So the board's heard their positions. Do I have any questions of board members on this request? If not, I would entertain a motion on the request for continuance.
Madam Chair, in case number 107, I recommend we continue this matter without fee to the March 9th docket.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second to that motion?
Second.
Second.
I have a second for Mr. Kelleher. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, chair votes with the motion. The request is granted. Mr. Bish, we'll see you on March 9th. And Mr. Maddox, please tell Ms. Jensen she must be ready.
Well, thank you.
Okay, thank you all. We'll see you in a month.
So should we text?
All right, everyone doing okay? Anybody need just a brief rest break? A rest break? I can't hear you, Miss Kathy. I can't hear you. I can't hear you.
You're mute. She's muted.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. I would love a break.
Okay, we're gonna take a brief break. We'll be back in about 3 to 4 minutes, okay?
Okay. I hardly make it down the hall in that time.
Tom, before we get started, I just want to ask you to please, when you vote, to please make sure you unmute yourself so that we have a clear record. I've seen you wave a few times, but I'd appreciate it if all board members would also speak their votes for
Yes,
the record.
I've been hitting the unmute, but I've noticed that sometimes it just doesn't,
Oh,
doesn't-
not you, Tom Stiller. I was
Oh, well,
sorry.
I've had the same problem. Sometimes it's
Oh,
just
okay.
it's just not going, but I guess you're hearing me. I didn't know.
I've heard, I didn't notice it with you, but I just noticed on the last vote.
Sarah?
Yeah,
Okay, yes.
I just noticed you waved, but you didn't unmute. So I just want to ask everyone to make sure they do that, just so we have a clear record, please.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, I don't know if everybody's back yet. I don't see off their faces, so. I see Mr. Stiller now. I don't know if Mr. Ebbets is back.
Miss Otto, I just wanted to inform you that I have not been sworn in as well.
Okay, well, I can take care of that right now. You want to raise your right hand, Mr. Brookhauser?
Yes, ma'am. Let me take my video.
Okay. And Kathy, Mr. Brookhauser is another staff member for your purposes. Okay. Mr. Brookhauser, do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. All right. I think Kathy was here, so she has that for her record. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Let me get to the next case then, which I think we're now on. Do I have everybody back? Mr. Ebbets, Mr. Stiller, Mr. Yes, I do. Okay. I see everyone's face. All right, let's go back on the record. We're on case number 6. Would the applicant and parties interested in this case, either in support or opposition, please raise your hand to be promoted. Mr. Strack, I see you. Is that correct? Could you state your name for the record, please?
Yes, I'm Eric Strack. I'm the owner of the property at 3720 Warwick.
Okay, why don't you raise your right hand to be sworn in? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Ms. Chairman.
Thank you. I also see a Nadia Carpillo. Is that correct?
Nadia Carpillo.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, I tried. I apologize. Are you here in support or opposition?
I do not support the appeal.
Okay. Okay. Why don't I swear you in then? Would you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. And then I see Ms. Parsons.
Hey, I'm on the next one. Just got excited. So
Okay.
help me out.
So Ms. Parsons, you're not here on this case, you're on the next one, correct?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay. You can dismiss her for now, Mr. Rexwinkle. Ms. Robinson, are you here on this case? You're muted, ma'am. Can you unmute?
How's that?
That is good. I can hear you. Are you here as it relates to this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And in support or opposition?
I'm in support.
Okay, I'm going to swear you in too, just so that we have that done if you wish to speak. Would you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, or nothing but the truth?
I will.
Okay. Anyone else interested in this case that I haven't recognized? Okay.
Madam Chair, no one else has raised their hand.
Thank you. Thank you, Joe. Okay, Mr. Strack, I'm going to come back to you. Have you had a chance to review the staff report that's been created as it relates to the request today?
I have.
Okay, on page 2 of that report, there's a list of administrative exhibits that number 1 through 10. Do you have any objection to those being admitted for the board to consider this case today?
No.
Okay, exhibits 1 through 10 will be admitted. And Jamie, this is your case, I believe. Would you make the presentation then, and then we'll have questions.
Absolutely. Good afternoon. I'm Jamie Hickey, staff planner. I will try to keep this brief. We have many cases to get through.
We do.
All right, what we have before you at 3720 Warwick is a request for an appeal of a denial of a certificate of legal nonconformance. The case number for that CLN was CD CLN 2020-11. The subject site is in Midtown. More specifically, it is on the west side of Warwick, 37. Again, the CLN case was 2020-11. The request was to maintain land use as a duplex that had insufficient lot area and that was not located on is not located on a corner lot as required in R6 zoning, which this property is zoned. City Planning and Development staff denied the request for the CLN. And I know that Timothy Brookhauser is on the line. He can give more background on this case.
Mr. Brookhauser, do you want to tell us why the CLN was denied? Tim, you're muted.
Yes, ma'am. I'd like to give you some background. First of all, I would like for exhibits, a CLNU file, which is not placed on the staff report, to be submitted as an exhibit. I'm not sure if Ms. Hickey can pull that up and add that as an exhibit with an exhibit number.
Yes, it would be exhibit 11, I believe. And would the, I guess maybe this is a question for Sarah, would that be these are all documents that are in Intergov. Would the best place be to share that from there? Or how would you prefer me to do that since it's electronic?
That PDF, I think that you have, is a complete copy of the CLNU. If you can submit that to the board members and the applicant as well.
It looks like Joe is sharing that at this time.
Right, so this will be exhibit 11, is that correct? Okay, exhibit 11 will be admitted. All right, Mr. Brookhauser, go ahead.
Madam Chair, I'll try to keep this brief. The application was for a duplex in an R6 zone district, and duplexes are no longer allowed in an R6 zone district unless they're in a conservation district or an open district. And this is doesn't fit into that. This is a conventional district. This was originally constructed as a single family dwelling, and we believe in 1910 there was a permit for an addition, and that's when it became a duplex. And it remained a duplex as far as we know up to some point. It was downzoned in 2007, ordinance number 070896. And that was 9/27 of 2007. That was taking the district from an R4 to an R1B, which took it from multi-unit area to a single family dwelling, along with certain lot area requirements. At that time, since it was after 1975, the owner had 1 year to apply for CLNU. But they did not do that. We received the request for a CLNU in 2020. We processed that CLNU, and when we made inspections of that property, and you will see part of that CLNU file, you'll see pictures where the electrical had been removed, disconnected from the main panel. Walls, plaster, some of the stud walls were remaining, some of the studs were replaced. We believe the plumbing was removed. Drain, waste, water lines, that kind of thing. It appears that there was a cast iron boiler in the basement, which was disconnected. In general, we believe that this arrangement had been discontinued and in fact had been destroyed based on work that was within the control of the owner. The ordinance requires that based on 610, to eventually secure compliance with the standards of the zoning and development code. there's certain things that go along with those requirements in order to get to that process. And we have evaluated those in this situation. We determined that under Chapter 88, 610-01-E, as I said, they failed to follow the 1-year requirement for filing the CONU. Also, discontinuance under 610-04-D, that it was discontinued because the building or structure ceased to be used in a non-conforming manner for a period of 12 months. Clearly, this has not been lived in some period of time. It has no kitchens, and it has no ability to be lived in. It's uninhabitable at this point.
And Mr. Brookhauser, do you have photographs of that condition?
That should be part of that that file.
Okay. All right, I interrupted you. Go ahead. I think someone is.
I'm not sure that this document that you're seeing is marked as 11 is the document that I was referring to.
Okay, well then we need to fix that.
Tim, Jamie had this attached to her report. Is this not your file?
No, there's an additional PDF that was sent that has copies of the photographs and.
Is that it?
No, ma'am,
Okay.
it's not.
Yeah, all these photos are in the staff report.
Yes, this would not have been in the staff report. This is an email that I sent that had a copy, the PDF. Let me see if I can find it.
I see it now, Tim, and yes, you sent it as an email. I apologize for the confusion. Let me share that. Give me 1 moment.
Okay, thank you.
It's in Intergov marked as Exhibit 11.
Okay, but the chairwoman has to admit it, and what was previously admitted is.
Yeah, so for the record, to be clear, the previous admitted exhibit has been admitted, so let's leave it as 11, and this new one needs to be Exhibit 12 because the record needs to be clean. So if something happens here and some party needs to appeal this decision, they have a clear record. So the new document you're about to show us needs to be numbered Exhibit 12. And the board will understand that Exhibit 11 really is not what Mr. Brookhauser was describing.
I apologize. 1 moment. I'm having issues getting this to open.
Okay.
Ms. Otto, would you like me to continue while they?
Well, please do, yes, because it's already 10 after 3. We have lots of cases still to hear today.
Yes, ma'am. One of the things in 88-610-04 talks about loss of non-conforming status. Even though this doesn't have a CONU, we still try to determine whether the status was lost, regardless if it had the documents to support it or not. And when we look at those sections and discontinuance, it tells us that it gets lost if the building or structure ceases to be used in a non-conforming manner for a period of 12 months. No use has been maintained in the structure for 12 months or more. And I am skipping some sections in here as well. But all equipment and furnishings have been removed from the premises and have not been replaced by similar or other equipment and furnishings within 180 days. The use was required to obtain a certificate of legal nonconformance and did not obtain such certificate within the time frame required. And I'll again repeat that requirement on time frame was 12 months. When we go to another section, which was number 4 under 610-04-D, again, this is uses. Intentional destruction, when a structure containing a non-conforming use is intentionally damaged or caused within control of the owner, the reestablishment of the non-conforming use is prohibited. And we believe that that is what has happened here, is the use has stopped because of the sheetrock for the plasterboard, the electrical, the plumbing, et cetera. There was no permits taken out to do any work to put this back in to living conditions, and it's been that way for some period of time. And I think maybe the owner can elaborate. I think it happened before he purchased the property, but it's been a long time on that section. We also go to 610-05. 610-05, the difference is it's not uses, it's talking about structures. So it talks about non-conforming structures. 610-05-E tells us intentional damage or destruction. Again, when non-conforming structure is intentionally damaged or destroyed or damaged by causes within the control of the property owner or tenant, all non-conforming structure rights are lost, and reconstruction of the non-conforming structure is prohibited. We believe that's what's happened here today. Based on this information, a determination was made and informed the owner, the current owner, that we were going to deny the CLNU, that we didn't believe that we could approve it. And it would need to be deconverted to a single family dwelling, or it would have to be rezoned in some manner that it would be allowed.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Brookhouser. Mr. Strack, are you still with us?
I'm still with you, yes.
Okay, thank you. All right. So what is the basis you believe that would give you a CLNU based on this?
Sure. So my basis is, so he's correct. The house was gutted directly prior to my ownership, which happened in June. I purchased and immediately filed permits, and that's when this got flagged. It has been and is a duplex. It's on the historic register, has no internal stairs. And it has two front doors, as can be seen in the 1940 tax assessment photo. No original permit from 1906 was able to be produced by me or the city. Just kind of a historic preservation report that said it was built in 1906. And so I'm concerned about restoring this property, which is what I want to do, and converting it and having a historic issue and a duplex. It's clearly set up to be a duplex, and I don't want to. That's how I bought it, intending to restore it, and I'd like to continue that. So there, I can present. I've got a PowerPoint if you want to see more, but.
Well, I mean, answer me this question. So you admit that when you bought it, the internal part of the structure was deconstructed.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, I won't deny.
Yeah, and I understand what you're saying, that you just bought it, but the CLNU would have required that not be the case. And so I don't know, I'm one board member, I'm having a hard time understanding what the basis of your appeal would be.
The basis of my appeal would be that how do I convert a historic structure from a duplex with two front doors to a single family residence?
You take out one of the doors?
I have no internal stairs. I suppose I can. Yes, ma'am, I can do that. They're both constructed on stone foundations. I believe it's the original construction. I have experience, and I don't know. I would have bought the house before it was gutted, but I didn't have that opportunity.
No, and I appreciate that. I mean, I understand you bought this house with its status. It's just this board has to go by the ordinance and the information that we have. So.
Yeah, and it hasn't been deconstructed for 12 months, even to date, although I've experienced about a 6 month delay with this process to date.
When was it deconstructed? Since you don't know.
My understanding is May, and yes, they did not pull permits, but I immediately pulled those when I.
Have you presented any testimony as to when the deconstruction occurred?
I have nothing other than verbal.
So we have, and so that person hasn't presented any testimony to anyone about that? No. And you certainly didn't do it?
I certainly did not, no, ma'am.
So there's no testimony other than a hearsay statement from you today? That's it?
Yeah, apologize, yep.
Okay. let me hear from the individual who was here in opposition, and I'm forgetting who that was. Not
Ms. Carpolo.
Ms.
Carpolo, yeah, Carpolo, yeah. What is your opposition?
Good afternoon. So I do not support the appeal. I support the city's original ruling, which is to keep it as a single family. Because this neighborhood was downzoned, it is a historic district. It is the goal, the purpose of downzoning was to bring duplexes and multifamily that were originally single family back to single family. So I sincerely appreciate the city ruling in favor of honoring that zoning, and I'm hoping that the board will continue to honor the city's ruling.
Okay. All right, Ms. Robinson, let's hear from you. What's your support of this?
My support is that I live across the street from this property. I am a diagonal neighbor. I have observed the previous owner's son, I believe, was the one who had initiated the original demolition of this property. And let me emphasize what disrepair this house was in prior to that. Mr. Strack, I have also observed him repairing the exterior porch, put a new roof on, things that would benefit our neighborhood as well as enabling this to be used. Has a duplex. There is a current duplex across the street. He lives next door. Next door to this house is a colonnaded apartment. It is my understanding from neighborhood lore that this house was constructed without internal stairs, that it was meant to be a duplex. I understand that there may not be supporting documentation for this. I also understand that it is with some apprehension that I support this, because I would not like to see a non-conforming status applied to this property indefinitely were the appeal to be overturned. As part of the historic district, we are much in favor of having the stock of single family houses maintained and lived in and enjoyed by residents. However, I think that given the fact that it seems to me that there has been quite a bit of improvement done by Mr. Strack, that the board might be willing to overturn this appeal.
Okay. All right, Mr. Strack, what information do you want us to understand that supports this appeal? You said you had a PowerPoint. Is there something?
I do. It just shows, I can pull it up here, share my screen real quick. Let me do that.
Okay. I don't want to cut you short. If there's something you want us to see.
No, I'll do it quick. I just wanted to highlight kind of the original construction. Here's the status of the house in 1940.
Stop you just real quick. Has this been marked as an exhibit?
I don't know. I sent it in.
Okay. What exhibit number would we mark this as?
We'd be on exhibit 13 and just, we do need to circle back to 12 at some point, but this would be 13, I think.
Okay.
Unless you want this one to be 12, but.
No,
we talked about,
go ahead.
We talked about the CLNU file being exhibit 12 once somebody's able to show that on the screen, so.
I thought they did show us that.
I was sharing it. I have since stopped sharing it. I would be happy to share it again if need be.
Right.
Oh, you did. I didn't realize. I thought.
Yeah, so exhibit 12 has been shown and admitted. This will be exhibit 13. Mr. Strack, we'll just need to make sure we have a copy of this. So if you haven't emailed it in, you'll need to email it to Ms. Hickey. All right, go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. Strack.
I did in January. If you need it again, Jamie, please let me know, or Ms. Hickey, please let me know.
Exhibit 13's been admitted. Go ahead.
Okay, so I have the two front door situation, historic. I can't, the original permit's missing. I believe it was constructed as a duplex. And that's really it. I showed that there's different families living there. And I just, I cannot refute what Mr. Brookhauser is saying as far as it was demoed. I have no written evidence. I'm asking that this, that I'm able to continue using this property as a duplex as it was purchased and it was originally constructed.
Okay. I appreciate, that's why I asked you, because I don't want to cut you short. This is your burden. So I want to make sure the board's seen everything you have to answer our questions. Okay. Let me ask the board then, do you have questions of Mr. Strack for clarification or questions for Mr. Brookhauser of their investigation and determination?
Madam Chair, one question.
Go for it,
Mr.
Tom.
Brookhauser.
I'm sorry, Mr. Stiller, go ahead.
Yeah, a question for Mr. Brookhauser. But I can't, I'm still on the shared screen. I can't. see
Okay, and
it
Mr.
very well.
Strack, can you unshare your?
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's all right.
Stop sharing. There you go.
Mr. Brookhauser, would you remind me how long had this building been a duplex?
We believe that it was converted to a duplex June 14th of 1910 when a building permit was obtained. Now, there was another building permit in 1911, but we believe that was for a detached garage or a private garage. So we believe that it originally was built onto a single family dwelling and become a duplex in 1910.
Okay, thank you. Just one board member, but we talk about historic neighborhoods. If something's there in 1910, that seems, in my mind anyway, historic. But I understand that the necessary pieces are missing to establish it to remain as a duplex when the property was downzoned. I just wonder if maybe there aren't some other options to you, Mr. Strack, as to how to approach this as opposed to CLNU. You might work with staff and see if there aren't some other options, but for just one board member, again, it's just the evidence is leaning in the other way.
All right, any other questions?
I had a question, I guess. I know there's been more of a push for kind of infill and working on our density. I obviously understand this is kind of downzoned, but to me, it would be advantageous to keep it as a duplex to allow for that infill and the density in our urban core. And the more we remove that, I feel like it can be a detriment, especially if this house was essentially built for that purpose.
Again, while that's an interesting policy argument, we have to apply the ordinance. So that might be something the city council wants to take up, not us.
And Ms. Robinson, for you, since you live across the street, I think you alluded there was an apartment building on one side of this home, duplex, excuse me. And on the other side, what was on the other side of this property?
Mr. Evans, there is a duplex that is on the east side of the street that is approximately across the street from 3720. Immediately to the north of 3720 is a colonnaded sixplex apartment building. So we certainly don't lack for rental property around here, but this would be Ms. Nixdorf had alluded to that this would be a nice way of adding sort of a midway between having so many large apartment buildings that we have in Midtown and having a kind of a more cozier offering for renters.
Thank you, Ms. Robinson.
Any other questions? Okay. Hearing no other questions, I would entertain a motion on this request for appeal.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Mr. Stiller.
I'm scrolling again. I've lost track of the case number.
The case number is 103.
In case number 103, I move that the board deny the appeal.
I have a motion from Mr. Stiller. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Kelleher. All in favor, please say aye.
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 And any opposed?
I'm opposed. Ebbets.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. And the chair votes with the motion. The appeal has been denied by a 4-5 vote. Thank you, Mr. Strock. All right, now let's move on to the next case, which is docket number 7, case number 95, with an address of 6810 Edgevale Road. The applicant, please be promoted. Please raise your hand.
I've just promoted the applicant. They're under the username of Shack Bill.
Okay. And sir, can you state your name? You're muted.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes, and your name, please?
Derek Shackelford.
Okay, Mr. Shackelford, would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Is there anyone else online today that's here to either support or oppose this request for variance? Please raise your hand to be promoted.
Don Parsons.
Ms. Parsons, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
There you are. Yes. And Ms. Parsons, would you state your name for the record, please?
My name is Dawn Parsons. I am the homeowner at 6810 Edgevale, and clearly I am here to support my own project.
Fair enough. Let's swear you in, Ms. Parsons. Would you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. And just for clear record, I am familiar with Ms. Parsons. She is a practicing lawyer, so I have known her through practice, but my relationship with her is not one that would affect my ability to hear this case. Since she's a lawyer, I wanted the board to understand that I am familiar with her, so. All right, is there anyone else online in support or opposition of this case? Hearing none, then Ms. Parsons, Mr. Shackelford, have you reviewed the staff report that is connected with your case?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
Okay, do you have any objection to my admitting the administrative exhibits that are numbered 1 through 9 found on the last page of the staff report?
No.
Exhibits 1 through 9 will be admitted. And Ms. Hickey, you have this case. Let's hear from you, and then we'll have questions for Mr. Shackelford and Ms. Parsons.
Sure, let me share my screen. Okay, what we have before you is an application at 6810 Edgevale. The applicant is proposing a single-story home addition, which would encroach into the required side yard setback. The subject property is located kind of on the far west side of the city, and just south of Midtown. More specifically, it's sort of at the apex here of West 68th Terrace and Edgevale Road. The applicant is proposing, again, an addition onto the home. The required setback is 10% of the lot width. And in this case, that would be approximately 7 feet 3 inches. As you can see from the previous image, the lot is somewhat of an odd shape, sort of a wedge. So taking the largest part of the property, since the definition requires the mean, and it's hard to get a multiple times occurring measurement on a lot of this size of this shape. The largest required setback would be 7 feet 3 inches. They're proposing 2 feet 1.5 inches. So their variance would be about 4 feet and 1.5 inches, or about 57%. The planned addition is only slightly larger than the existing addition that they are planning to remove, though the existing addition is 1 story, whereas this one will be 2 stories. I think I misspoke earlier, I apologize. Without that being said, so again, it's 8 inches larger than what's existing, and what is existing does encroach into that side yard setback. Pardon me. Here is the submitted plot plan. You can see the addition here at the rear of the home. And then the proposed elevations. I apologize. Proposed elevations there as submitted. With that, I would be happy to take any questions from the board or allow the applicant and her architect to speak.
Okay. Mr. Shackelford, Ms. Parsons, what is the new addition to be? What purpose is it serving? What part of the house is it going to?
It is on the back of the house. The current addition is the back of the house. You can't see it from the street. It's 1 story. In my application, I detailed the problems with it and the health problems it's caused me. And so the plan is to demolish it and rebuild it in 2 stories in the back of the house.
And what will the second story house? Is that another room? What is that, Ms. Parsons?
It's master suite. Currently, it's a standard Brookside house, 3 bedrooms with the hall bath. This would add a master bath and bedroom.
And have you spoken with your neighbors about this proposed expansion of the house?
Yes, I have. On January 9th, I appeared at my Armor Hills HOA meeting, and I believe that they told me they were going to send their covenant waiver to the city, and I believe they sent it. They should have sent it to my planner. I have spoken individually to all the neighbors surrounding my property, and the HOA signed off on it, had several letters at my HOA meeting. So the current condition of the addition is it's older, it has older windows, it has runoff issues. I think everyone in the neighborhood, well, I know everyone around me will be happy to see it repaired and replaced.
Does the board understand this request or have questions for the applicant? Hearing no questions, I would entertain a motion.
Madam Chair, in case number 95, I've moved the applicant be granted the request in accordance with the site plan and staff reports.
I have a motion from Mr. Ebbets. Do you have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Stiller. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. The request has been granted. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. Okay, moving forward, I think the next case, I am not on the quorum, Mr. Kelleher. So I'm gonna go mute and I will try to listen in when you're ready for me to come back on the next case, okay?
Okay. So docket item number 7 is case number 00095. The property address is 6810 Edgeville Road. Would the applicant please raise their hand?
Mike, that's the next case. You need the next case,
Yep.
Mike.
Right.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. The case number is 00088. The property address is 114 East 70th Terrace. Was the applicant present?
The applicant is present. Mr. Chair.
Please state your name for the record.
Jesse Kelly.
And do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give to be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Do you have you had a chance to review the staff report?
Yes.
Do you have any objection to the admission of the exhibits listed in that report?
No.
We'll show those exhibits admitted. And is this Jamie? Is this your case?
Yes, I believe I have all of the remaining cases.
Look at you, Jamie.
All right, let me begin to share my screen. All right, what we have before you is a case that was continued on January 12th. So I will just give a brief refresher on this case and then present the photos that the applicant has submitted since then. The applicant is proposing a detached garage, which is separated by 8 feet and 9 inches from the primary structure, which is less than the required 10 feet of separation between structures. Again, the property is just west of the corner of East 70th Terrace and Rock Hill Road. What is being proposed is a new garage at the rear of the property. There is a required easement at the rear of the property, which is requiring them to move the garage somewhat closer to the existing home on the property, therefore requiring the variance to the 10-foot required separation. So again, it's a 1 foot 3 inch variance of building separation. What you can see here are existing condition photos submitted by the applicant. There is a garage beyond, which I believe was the garage in question when there was a neighbor who spoke in opposition at the last hearing. However, it should be noted that due to the easement at the rear of the property and then moving the garage actually closer to the home, they will be moving the garage further away from the neighbor's property and therefore their garage than was experienced before. So that is the update that we have received from the applicant. I would be happy to answer any questions or let the applicants pose for any questions as well.
Okay, Ms. Kelly, do you have anything to add to the report from our staff?
No, just that the reason why we're requesting the extra amount of space is to make it, let there be an opportunity for us to be able to park a garage inside of the, my work is going off, sorry, I apologize for that. So that we can, the structure will be able to have a garage parked inside of it without the extra 1 foot and 3 inches. It would not be able to house a car.
Okay. If there's anyone present in support of or in opposition to this application, please raise your hand.
Mr. Chairman, no one's raising their hand.
Okay, seeing none, is there any questions from any board member for the applicant? If not, is there a motion?
Mr. Chairman, in case number 88, I move that board approve the applicant's request in accordance with the site plan and the staff report.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Chair votes with the motion. Your application is granted.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. You guys have a great day.
You bet.
Okay, I'm back and we'll move on to the next case, which is docket number 9, case number 89, with an address of 5901 Rock Hill Road. Would the applicant, if they're online, please raise their hand to be promoted? Is Terry Briggs online?
Yes, I'm promoting Terry right now.
Okay, sorry. I was taking your silence, I guess, as not hearing from anybody.
I thought I was muted, but I wasn't.
Okay, no problem. And while we're promoting Terry Briggs, is there anyone else online interested in this case, either to support it or oppose it? Please raise your hand to be promoted.
The only other person that had raised their hand was Julie Dunn, who's already promoted.
I see her now. Okay. All right.
I'm the property owner. Terry Briggs is my architect.
Okay. All right. So ladies, let's have you state your names one at a time for the record. Ms. Dunn, you may go first.
Julie Dunn.
Ms. Briggs.
Terry Briggs.
Would you both please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
I do.
Ladies, have you reviewed the staff report that is connected to this application for variance approval?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any objection to my admitting the 9 exhibits that are described on the second page of the staff report?
No.
No.
Exhibits 1 through 9 will be admitted. And Jamie, let's hear from you.
Right. Okay, what we have before you is a request at 5901 Rock Hill Road. The applicant is proposing a detached garage with a height of 24 feet 6 inches, which exceeds the maximum of 16 feet by 7 feet and 6 inches. The subject property is kind of in the south midtown part of the city. More specifically, it is the southeast corner of East 59th Street and Rock Hill Road. This is an updated site plan. It should be noted that the applicant provided this to me after the staff report had been completed. So this is actually not part of the packet that you all received. So I guess we would need to admit this as an additional exhibit.
We'll do that. Let's make that exhibit 10, please. And it will be admitted.
Great. I do believe that this site plan helped to kind of satisfy concerns of the adjacent property owner, who I know that the applicant has been working diligently with to kind of resolve any concerns that they might have had. And in order to show you the elevations, here we go. Again, it's the height that is in question for the variance request. The required maximum is 16 feet. The applicant is proposing 24 feet 6 inches. With that, I'll conclude my presentation and be happy to answer any questions or allow the applicant and her representative to speak.
Ms. Briggs, Ms. Dunn, why all the extra feet? It looks like you're almost building living space above a garage.
That's correct. Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. And in this case, is that allowed by the ordinance?
I don't know. That's a good question. I assume that it is.
Madam Chair, this is Joe.
Yes.
An apartment above a garage as an accessory dwelling unit is not permitted by the ordinance.
Right. So what kind of living space is this, ladies?
Well, it was designed to be an apartment. My house is somewhat small. I have a 20-year-old in college. So we all know that college kids have a difficult time finding jobs after college. And so the idea was that it would create a separate living space so that if she had to come back and live at home, that she would have her separate space and it would be an affordable place for her to live.
Yeah. So I don't think that is allowed under the ordinance, and that's what I wanted clarification on. So if you're asking for a variance to build an apartment, I'm one board member, but I would vote to deny this based on your testimony.
Okay.
It's pretty simple. We can't have double dwellings on one property. So,
does it make any difference that it's a double lot? No,
I do not believe so, because it's probably all deeded under one description. The staff can speak to that, but
There's no provision in our current zoning code that allows an accessory dwelling unit or a separate 2 dwelling units on one lot,
so let me ask you,
whether it's accessory or not.
let me ask you this, Ms. Dunn. So knowing that you can't have an apartment there, is there any other reason you need that extra space?
No, to be honest.
Yeah, well, that's what I ask, and I appreciate honesty. So, all right. So board members, do you have questions for the applicant in light of this situation?
I had one point of clarification from staff.
Go ahead.
I know we've run across this a couple times in the past, and I know there was alterations to the carriage house concept, which I guess is not even a word that's in the zoning and development code any longer. So this is no longer allowed, even when it's not to be rented. it's based strictly for uses that were similar to uses of what we used to call a carriage house. That is no longer allowed either. Is that right?
Carriage houses are allowed, but they have to have been built prior to a specific date. I think it's a date in 2005 in order to be considered a carriage house.
Okay, thank you.
This is a new construction or a new configuration of one. I think, Tom, that's what you're remembering from some of our prior cases.
Yeah, I'm
Just
done.
done, Mark Evans here. So we've approved garages with a workspace above, like a office or something like that, but
Right.
not a living space per se.
Correct. They can't, with some storage space, but they can't have plumbing. They can't have any of that information. It's just an open space. And we have to have a practical difficulty. And I think that's why I asked Ms. Dunn if she had any other reason, but she couldn't accomplish what she's asking for. So she honestly answered that question.
Right. Even if it were utilized for an office, I would still want plumbing since it is detached and away from the home. So
yeah. Okay. Any other comments or questions? If not, I would entertain a motion on this request.
And Ms. Otto, is this a request for dismissal because we can't really do anything, or what are we doing?
Well, I mean, that's up to Ms. Dunn. Do you want to withdraw this request, or do you want the board to issue a ruling that it looks like it likely will be denied, although I don't know what the motion will be until I hear it.
Well, it doesn't really sound like I have any option other than to withdraw it.
I've heard a lot of board members make comments. Again, I can't tell you how they're going to vote because I don't know until they vote. But yes, if I'm hearing comments, we have some concerns. That's correct.
Then I guess then we will withdraw it.
Okay. All right. I have a request to withdraw, and do I have a motion by the board to accept that request to withdraw?
So moved and accepted for withdrawal.
I have a motion for Mr. Ebbets. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Kelleher. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair with the motion, this matter has been withdrawn. Thank you, ladies. Sorry about the miscommunications. I wish you had known that before you filed the application.
Exactly. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, we have continued 10, so our next case on the docket is docket 11. And my computer just froze, so 1 minute. Can someone tell me what page case 11 is on?
213 of the PDF.
Thank you, Mr. Benucci.
I think you weren't here for this one either.
Okay, well then I'll be stepping away if that's the case. I think you're correct. All right, Mr. Kelleher, I'm gonna go dark again here.
Thank you. So case number or docket number 11 is case number 100. The property address is 8304 East 116th Street. Is the applicant present? Please raise your hand.
I just promoted the applicant. He's coming across as Bill. I believe it's the applicant.
Yes.
Okay, would you state your name for the record, please?
William Roundtree.
And please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give to be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Say your last name again for me.
Roundtree.
Okay. And have you had a chance to review the staff report? Well, first of all, let me ask staff to refresh our memory on why this case was continued.
Absolutely. So we did see this case, we did hear this case on January 12th. At that time, there was concern about the request of the accessory structure and its size being larger than the primary structure of the house on the property. Since then, staff has had conversations with Ms. Baxter as our legal counsel to kind of determine what our best course of action is and how we determine primary use versus accessory use. And I go into this a little bit in my presentation. However, it has been determined that an accessory use must be subordinate or smaller in area to the primary use. And in this case, the primary use is the home. So the request has to be at least 1 square foot smaller than the square footage of the home. It cannot exceed that, be the same size or exceed that size.
And the proposed accessory structure is what size?
3,060 square feet.
Okay.
So
Yes.
we would have a cap on what would be permitted to be approved as an accessory structure. And according to the county records, the square footage of the home shows to be 760 square feet. The applicant can confirm that, but the accessory structure would have to be smaller than that. So we would only be able to approve an accessory structure smaller than that.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Roundtree, do you have additional comments in support of your application?
Yes, I do. The house is 960 square feet, just for record. But so I was speaking, as I stated in the last meeting last month. This was a project that has come under the USDA. I did speak with them, the guy that actually helped me erect this, the NCRS officer. And they've actually erected dozens of these across the city. And I'm wondering if they were allowed to be erected across Kansas City, if they've actually put up dozens of these, then why would I be prohibited from putting one up? I understand it is a relatively large greenhouse, but that is the primary purpose of this property, is to make it an urban farm. As of the last meeting, you guys were discussing possibility of making that the primary structure and the house the secondary. I didn't know where we went with that, but I would like to pursue that avenue if it's at all possible. The other is we just purchased this property as of February 3rd. But in speaking with the planning department back in the summer of 2020, when we were undergoing this project, I was under the assumption and told that this would not fall under a permitting requirement. In the fall of 2020, we actually erected the greenhouse, only to later be told that it would be required to have a permit. So the greenhouse is erected on the property. And now I'm trying to go through and get the proper permitting to make sure that this is a legal structure within the property. So I'm kind of at a quandary as what to do here, if I got to remove it, or like I said, we just purchased it. So I'm not for sure how to proceed forward with this.
Okay, well, let's address those issues one at a time. First, would staff respond to the fact that there are apparently many other similar structures in Kansas City?
There may be on other properties. I mean, other zoning districts would allow different uses. I mean, if it's an agricultural use, I don't have the information on these other structures that he's referring to, unfortunately.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I am aware, this is Joe, I am aware of some examples of large greenhouses on lots that are residentially zoned, but they're the only structure on that lot. So they don't have the issue that this lot has, where it's considered an accessory structure.
Okay, and Jamie, you said I believe you said that you and our legal counsel discussed the possibility of of using the greenhouse as the main structure so that the house would be smaller and therefore permitted? What was the result?
Joe, Sarah, and I did meet on this topic, since it is sort of a unique situation. It was determined that there was still challenges associated with that. And Sarah, I don't know if you want to shed some light on, honestly, the details escape me on where we landed, but there was a reason that we pursued this course of action.
I just think when you live on the property, you'd have a tough time arguing that that use is subordinate to your greenhouse, and it has to be subordinate if it's the accessory use. So I don't think it's, frankly, well, if I were a property owner, I'd be very concerned about taking the position that my residence is secondary, is a secondary and accessory use.
Well, those things being said, Mr. Roundtree, as one board member only, I don't know that I see any legal basis under which we could grant this variance, but so I guess in answer to your final question, what's going to happen if the application is denied, that would mean that the building would have to come down.
What if I was to provide proof of other residents with substantial structures as this in the city of Kansas City via the USDA? If I get their records and turn it over and show you that there are dozens, as they state, across the city, would that be acceptable?
Well, three things. One is if they exist and they were granted a variance for some other reason, then, you know, they're there legally. If they were not given a variance and they are in the same zoning classification as your property, they would be in violation, and we would then pursue removal of those buildings. And lastly, you know, if the fact that we may have missed one or there's one out there that's illegal does not mean that we must grant you a variance also. It means that we need to go pursue that illegal person, their structure, rather than grant one to you.
Mm-hmm. Would I be able to request a continuance until next month and see if I could gather the information and find out if there is actually variances that have been given for people with residences that have these greenhouses on them? And if I could prove that, would that substantiate precedence for this?
You can certainly request a continuance for that purpose. Has staff already made such an investigation?
I have not.
In that case, is there any member of the board who is willing to make a motion for a continuance until our next meeting? Well, it would really have to be the April meeting to allow Mr. Roundtree to do an investigation.
Mr. Chair, one question before staff. Is there a limit to the number of accessory structures that are allowed on the property?
Not currently. There is a text amendment that's been recommended by the City Plan Commission that has not yet gone to City Council that would limit it, but there is no currently there's no limitation.
So if, assuming the actual footage of the house is 960 square feet, Mr. Roundtree could put up 3 or 4 959 square feet greenhouses.
There's also a limitation on the total, yes, except that there's a limitation on the total cumulative area of, I think it's 40% of the rear yard.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
I think that.
Was just looking to understand what other options might be out there, but I'd be happy to offer up a motion for continuance, if you'd like that, Mr. Roundtree.
Yes, sir.
Then I would move, Mr. Chair, I would move in case number 100 that the board grant a continuance to the April hearing, which is April blank.
I'm sorry, April
13th.
13th.
April 13th.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Chair votes with the motion. This case will be reheard again on April 13th. Good luck, Mr. Roundtree.
Thank you all.
Okay. Let's move on then to the next case, which is docket number 13, case number 55, with an address of 9201 Warnell Road. Would the applicant please raise their hand to be promoted to the panel?
I promoted Sarah Vore.
Ms. Vore, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes. Can you state your name, please?
My name is Sarah Vore.
And are you the applicant?
I represent the Filson Group, which is the applicant.
Okay. And would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Is there anyone else online today that is here to either support or oppose this request for a special use permit?
Madam Chair, I don't see anyone raising their hand.
Okay. Ms. Vore, have you reviewed the staff report that is connected with this application today?
I have.
And on the, do we not have any exhibits, Jamie?
I apologize.
Okay.
Nothing additional aside what was in the staff report.
So there's no,
Oh, I apologize. That was left off inadvertently. It's this, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
It would be the same list, 1 through 9 that we typically have, including the PowerPoint, the applicant's submittal, and so on.
Okay, Ms.
I
Vore,
apologize.
I know you can't see these, but there are some administrative exhibits that accompany all of these cases. And if you've been online today, you've probably been listening to that. Do you have any objection to the admission of those administrative exhibits so we can hear your case today?
I do not. I feel like I'm an expert after the last few hours.
I'm sure you do. Imagine if you've been doing this since 1996, like me.
I have so much respect for all of you today. I am absolutely blown away by your temperance and diligence.
Well, thank you. All right, I'm going to admit exhibits 1 through 9. Jamie, why don't you then proceed with the presentation, and then Ms. Vore will have questions for you.
Gladly. Thank you. All right, so what we have before you is a special use permit for the address 9201 Warnell Road. The applicant is proposing a private Montessori daycare and school in a former church building on the site. The subject property is in kind of the southwestern portion of the city. Specifically, it is on the east side of Warnell Road, south of about 91st Street. The property in question is a former church, that it was built as such, and this is the planned kind of reuse of that structure. The applicant has provided, this was the original site plan they provided. You can see they're proposing new entry to the building, but keeping the site largely as it is at present. Again, the proposed use is for a daycare and school for children, infant through grade school. And again, no site changes or utility changes are really proposed with this application. This site plan was the updated site plan. It shows kind of the fencing, the playground area they're proposing, They are planning to use some of the parking as hard surface play area, but it will still be available as parking when needed. So that was a question that came up at City Plan Commission and has been addressed. It would kind of be flex space in their parking lot. As requested, they've put in some pedestrian crossings and other site improvements to kind of make the site a little bit more walkable and safe for use as a school. Otherwise, the City Plan Commission did recommend approval subject to conditions as laid out in their report. And I'd be happy to answer any questions or let the applicant speak about their project.
All right, thank you, Jamie. So the conditions are listed in the staff report as 1 through 3. Is that correct? Okay.
That's correct.
Ms. Bohr, why do you believe this board should grant you this special use permit? And tell me specifically if you have any objections to those 3 conditions.
The conditions have been well vetted by Jamie and her team, so we're comfortable with those. I think they're all necessary things to make the school functional for our purposes. As to why, I think if anyone has been at home with their children for the last year, the current social situation speaks for itself. And we're going to offer infant through preschool aged care all day, as well as K through 3, eventually K through 6. It's a great use for the building. The building has a lot of attributes that a school can use. It's going to have a gym. We've got an incredible playground with trees and natural grass, which is so hard to find in this part of the city. I think there's a big need in that 435 loop, but it's hard to find properties that are really as amenable to this as this property seems to be. We've got a dedicated group of investors. There's good support for the program. This will be my 13th child care center or elementary school in the greater Kansas City area. And I'm excited about the things I'll be able to do because it's an existing building. We can spend the money on some really cool features. So I think it's great. It's great for the area. It's great for kids, families. It's great for the large employers in the immediate area and people commuting even on 435.
Okay. Board members have any questions about this request? Hearing no questions, I'd entertain a motion.
Madam Chair, in case number 55, I would move that the application be granted in accordance with the staff report and site plan and subject to all conditions listed therein.
I have a motion for Mr. Kelleher. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Ebbets. All in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. The request has been granted. Thank you, Ms. Bohr.
Thank you. You guys have a great afternoon.
You too. All right. Everyone's still doing okay, or you need another rest break?
Kathy.
Okay. All right. Let's take a few more cases then. All right. Let's move to the next. I'm sorry. What'd you say? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't hear somebody. I'm sorry.
She's muted.
Oh, I can't hear you, Kathy. You need a break?
Yes, I would love a little break.
Let's take another 5-minute break. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, is everyone back?
Thank you so much.
No problem. Yeah. I tried to ask periodically, so if anybody really gets into a bind, they just need to somehow interrupt me.
Yeah, no, I was fine. I just had to confirm some things for tomorrow, so we're good to go.
Okay, thank you. All right. Do we have everybody back? I think nope, Mr. Ebbets is still missing.
How many more cases do we have?
We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10.
Well, we're underway.
Right, we're going to be here after 5, folks. So, all right. I think Mr. Ebbets is back, so let's keep moving here. Let's move to docket number 14, case number 51, with an address of 7030 Troost Avenue. Is the applicant online? And please raise your hand to be promoted.
Madam Chair, I've promoted Riyadh Baghdadi,
Okay.
and we have several other people that have raised their hand to
Okay.
testify.
Okay.
Would you like me to go ahead and promote them?
Yep, go ahead.
I have some people here in the office with me that would like to testify.
Okay, Mr. Baghdadi, we'll get to that in just a minute. I'm going to let him, I'll need you to turn your camera on so I can see people. Okay. Okay, all right. Just a second. People are joining. I'm going to figure out who everybody is and who everybody is here for, either in support, opposition, and then we'll try to organize this, okay? Joe, tell me when you're promoting a lot of people, so tell me when you're finished.
Well, people keep like trickling in, so
Okay.
hold on. I've got one more so far to.
Okay, that's fine. And then I'm going to go through everyone so we can get names for the court reporter first before we start taking testimony.
Madam Chair, I just want to note, I'm looking at the exhibits. It looks like 10 is listed as letters of opposition, which are attached. However, it's listed as an administrative exhibit, and it doesn't appear to me that any of these are notarized. So you may want to take a look at those before admitting with everything else.
Okay.
Are any of them notarized, Jamie? I'm just glancing at them. It doesn't appear that they are.
No, I had several requests to include them in the packet, but none of the ones that I received were notarized.
Okay, I just want to bring that up.
Yeah, thank you. I did mean to mention that.
Okay, well, we're going to hold that until I can figure out.
Well, maybe a lot of the folks are here to testify.
That's what I want to find out. Until I get the names, I have no idea. So until
No one has raised their hand for about a minute, so I think we're good.
Okay, all right, okay. So first of all, Mr. Baghdadi, where is he on my screen? There he is. Okay, he's the RB. Would you state your name for the record, please? You're muted, sir. I can't hear you.
My name is Riyadh Baghdadi. I'm with RB Architecture Engineering.
Okay, can you raise your right hand to take the oath, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And who is with you in the room?
I have Sam.
Hi, I am Samed Karini. I am the owner of the property we're discussing today.
Okay, can you spell your name for the court reporter?
Samed, S-A-M-E-D, Karini, Q-A-R-I-N-I.
Thank you. And who else is with you? Anyone else going to testify?
Oh.
Yes.
Yes.
My name's Ali Dawoodi. I own CNA Motors on 7219 East 17th Street.
Can't understand you.
We can't hear him. He's too far away from the microphone.
Okay, get closer.
And speak slower, please.
Hello, my name's Ali Dawoodi. I am the manager of CNA Motors at 7219 East 17th Street, Kansas City, Missouri.
Okay, and can you spell your name for the court reporter?
Yes, it's Ali, last name is Dawoudi.
Okay, thank you. And you're here in support, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I have several other people.
Still have more people.
Okay, all right. Who's next?
Hi, my name is Yahya Kamal. I'm an owner of a business in 63rd and Truth.
Okay, can you say your name one more time?
I spell it for you. First name Yahia, last name Kamal, Kamal.
Okay.
And I'm here for support.
Okay, in support. Okay, all right. Who else do you have, Mr. Baghdadi?
Hi, my name is Habib Saleh. I work for KU Hospital. I live nearby. I am here in support of the proposal.
Okay, anyone else online in support? Okay, yes, sir. What's your name?
I am.
I'm sorry, Romeo, the person who's heading is Romeo. Can you turn your microphone on, please?
Hello, you guys hear me?
Yes, would you state your name, please?
My name is Zach. We have a place at 6800 Troost. I'm here supporting the project of Samed.
Okay, and can you spell your first and last name, please?
Rami Al-Quraini, Zach Rami Al-Quraini.
And can you spell it for her, please?
Rami Alqarini.
Okay. Yeah. All right. And then who else said they were in support?
Yes, it's me. I'm sorry.
The screens keep changing. I'm sorry. And your name is?
My name is Hadil Kalawi.
Okay. And can you spell your name for the court reporter?
Yes, my name is Hadil, which is HADEEL QALAWI, and I'm here supporting the project too.
Okay. Anyone else online who's supporting the project? Yes.
I am.
Okay. Okay. I'm sorry. Go ahead. What's your name, ma'am?
My name is Chanel Hunt.
And
I work at True Smart on 7044 Truth
Yeah.
Avenue,
You work
next door
where?
to the project.
I'm sorry. You work where?
At True Smart on 7044 Truth.
At True Smart. Okay. All right. And you're here in support, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I see. Is it Hala?
Yes,
And
my name is Hala Koreni, and I am also here to support the project of Sam Koreni.
Okay. And your name is spelled for the court reporter HALAQ.
QARINI.
Thank you. All right. And then let me see who else I have. Hold on. Mr. Mosley, are you here in support or opposition?
Yes, my name is Mohammed Mosley, and I'm here to support the issuing of the special permit for Mr. Koreni.
Okay. And then Sean at Southtown, are you here in support or opposition?
In opposition.
Okay. Can you state your name, please?
Sure, it's Sean Ackerson. Business address is 6814 Troost Avenue. Home address is 444 East 71st Terrace.
Okay, thank you. And how's Ackerman spelled?
ACKERSON.
Thank you. All right. A gentleman by the name of Christopher, I don't think I've heard from you.
Yes.
Now, your name is, please?
Christopher, last name Ennis, ENNIS.
And are you support or opposition?
Supporter.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I think we have Mr. Carini. I have someone called Fine Stitch. You're muted, sir.
You passed me. I'm number 2, Mohammed Karim.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'll come back to you, Mr. Carini. I'm sorry. Yeah, the person who is spine stitch, what is your name?
Yes, my name is Sam Zari, and I am a neighbor living on 1334 East 53rd Street. I am for the project.
Okay, and could you spell your last name for the court reporter? Sir?
Sure, it's Zari, Z-A-R-I.
Thank you. All right, and Mr. Carini, did I miss you, Mohammed Carini?
Yes, ma'am. My name is Mohammed, and last name is Carini. I'm a former civil engineer for the City of Kansas City Public Works Department, a professional services group.
And you're here in support of the applicant?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, all right.
But I have issue. I cannot see the video. It's not coming on. I'd like to.
I don't now know what to tell you. I don't see you either.
I'll try to fix it.
Okay. All right. Trying to think if I've missed anybody.
Have you called Cecilia Kreidler?
No, I can't see. There's so many people on screen. I can't see who I've seen. So I don't know who I haven't seen.
I totally get it.
Okay. I have someone who's raising his hand. It says Fode. Sir, I can't hear you. If you can turn your microphone on, I can try to have you be added. I can't hear you, sir.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Now I can hear you.
Okay,
Yeah.
sorry.
That's all
Yes,
right.
my name is Fode Haidara, F-O-D-A-Y, first name, and H-Y-D-A-R-A. I'm calling for, I'm in support.
Okay, all
And,
right.
I have a couple of businesses in Kansas City and 2700 Independence Avenue, and I have a residence in 8312 James Erie Road.
Okay, all right. Thank you, sir.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so sit tight and we'll hear from people. Who else have I missed? Anyone else? Please unmute yourself and say your name if I have not recognized you.
My name is Sam Paulio, S-A-M.
There's a KDuke at kcmo.gov. I think there's a few people that need to speak up that I've admitted.
Okay.
Hi, Khalil was talking. He was introducing himself there.
I'm sorry, who was speaking?
You. Yes.
Khalil.
Khalil.
Okay, I can barely hear the person, whoever it is.
Sam Khalil.
Sam Khalil, okay. And could you spell your name, Mr. Khalil?
S-A-M-K-H-L-E-E-L.
And are you here in support?
Yes, yes.
Okay, all right. I see a Cecilia Kreidler.
Yes, that's me. I am here in opposition.
Okay, and I see a K Duke.
Yes, ma'am. This is Kelly Duke. I am in opposition.
Okay, and I see someone from kcmo.gov. Who is that? I can't hear you. You're muted. Whoever the person is from kcmo.gov, and they're sideways on my screen.
Yes.
Yes, your name is?
Hadil Kalawi, which is, I just mentioned it now a few minutes ago.
Oh,
my name is Hadil Kalawi.
Okay. And we've already had you introduced. Okay. Anyway, all right. Sorry. This is why it's hard.
It's okay.
I can't see everybody. You're disappearing. I mean, the screen is only so big, so this is not ideal all the time. So, all right. Anyone else who I have not recognized? Yes. Okay. Ms. Schudler.
Yes.
Schudler.
Yes, my name is Mary Schuler and I'm in opposition.
Okay. All right. Anyone else I've missed?
Yes, ma'am. My name is Walid Kalawi.
Okay.
And can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Kamali, I can. Can you please spell your name, first and last?
My name is Walid Kalawi. First name is Walid, W-A-L-E-E-D. Last name is Kalawi, Q-A-L-A-W-I. And I work at the 7044 Trust Avenue, which is the grocery store next door. And I'm supporting that project next door because we have a lot of problem with that car wash and the people using the car wash next door.
Okay, we'll get to evidence in a minute. I just want your names. Okay, anyone else who has not introduced themselves to me? Okay, going once, going twice. Okay, I think we now have everyone. All right, let's start with the beginning. Folks, to everyone on this call, I'm going to hear from people one at a time. but I want you to limit your comments because we have limited time. We still have a number of cases still to handle today. So if you're repetitive and you're just in support and you have nothing new to add to Mr. Baghdadi's case, we understand there's a lot of people here in support, okay? I don't want repetitive comments, Mr. Baghdadi. So we need only new information from people in support, all right? Mr. Baghdadi.
Ma'am, can you hear me?
I'm sorry?
Yeah, I think you missed me.
Oh, what's your name?
Isra Hassan.
Okay, could you spell your name for the court reporter?
ISRAA. Last name is Hassan, HASAN, supporter.
Thank you. All right. Okay. Okay. Anybody else? Okay, let's go back. Okay, so if you're not speaking, please mute yourself because background noise causes our court reporter to have a very difficult time. So unless you're speaking, do not have your microphone on, all right? Would everyone who can see me and who intends to give testimony in this case, please raise your right hand at this time. All right. Do you all solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. I do.
I do.
Do.
I will. Okay. All right. All right, let's proceed. Mr. Baghdadi, we're going to turn to you. Have you reviewed the staff report that has been created as it relates to this request?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any objection to the admission of the administrative exhibits that number 1 through 9 listed in the staff report?
No, I don't.
Okay. Exhibit 10 will not be admitted because my review of that does not appear to have those meet the board's requirement that they be notarized. It appears that a lot of those people that I have recognized today are the signatories of those documents. So you can simply testify when we get to that point in the case if you're here in opposition or support, since I cannot accept the opposition letters, all right? Jamie, please present, and then we'll hear from Mr. Baghdadi.
Absolutely, and I will try to keep this brief. Okay. What we have before you is a request for a special use permit at 7030 Troost Avenue. The special use permit being requested is for an automotive dealership, which is allowed in District B3-2 with the approval of a special use permit. The subject property is along Troost Avenue in the southern part of the city. More specifically, it is between East 70th Terrace and Gregory Boulevard on the west side of Troost Avenue. What you see here are renderings of the current condition of the property. It has built and previously used as a car wash facility. Here are images from Google Street View, the most recent being April 2019. But the property is still largely in this condition. It has not been, they have started some conversion of the bays, closing them, but the full transformation has not been completed at this point. This is the renderings of the proposed changes to the building. They are planning to enclose the various car wash bays, use some as office and storage space, and then have 2 that will have garage overhead doors to use for limited repair and the like for cars they are preparing to sell on the site. It should be noted that no automotive repair not associated with cars for sale would be permitted with this special use permit. This is the proposed landscape site plan as provided by the applicant. Again, enclosing bays of the former car wash to use the site as an auto dealership. At the City Plan Commission hearing, there was significant public opposition to the case, and also I have received, as you've noted, significant public opposition as well. The City Plan Commission did vote to recommend denial of this case 7-0 at their hearing last week. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions. I think in the interest of time, I'll stop it there, take questions, and let the applicant speak on their own behalf.
Mr. Baghdadi, let's hear from you. Why do you believe the board should grant this request?
Yeah, I think if I can, sorry, hold on a second. If I can share my my screen with you, I'll go on the plans and explain what's going on the plans.
Okay, have these been, go ahead. I may need to mark them as an exhibit, but that's fine. Go ahead.
The existing site is a car wash site, and it's in kind of disrepair. And since the new owner took over, he improved a lot on the building, and he improved a lot on the property. He maintained it. He keep it clean, keep it nice as much as possible. But the nature of the car wash is, you know, you have to leave it open overnight. And the owner experienced several hardship with that, you know, trash being thrown in there and disrepair, and people just come and do all kinds of things on his property. So he want to improve this property and keep using it. He suggesting using it as a car dealership in that area. And as it was explained, the building will be renovated. You know, this what's gonna look like. At the end, we'll cut down on the building itself, and it will have an office in this area here. And this will be the main entrance for his office.
Mr. Baghdadi, I'm going to interrupt you just for 1 minute. You didn't share your screen, so you seem.
Oh yeah.
We didn't see. We don't see what you're saying.
Oh, sorry about that. Oh, shit. Not this one. Well, we can talk about the plans that
okay.
Jamie has shared with you. So the idea is keep this business running, keep a vital business running on this property. And according to, I mean, Troost has several car dealership in there, and this will be an addition to it in there. And there isn't, I mean, I don't see that much difference between the car wash and car dealership. In fact, the car dealership will have less traffic into the area, and it will allow a person, you know, sitting there, monitoring the site 24 hours. You know, the site will be closed, so there will be no cars after hours in there allowed, you know. So the area will be clean, and the business hopefully will be successful, you know, and will make money for the owner and his investment.
Mr. Baghdadi, let me ask you this question. What are the proposed hours of business for this new company?
Between 8 to 5.
Yes, this is Samed Karini. I'm the applicant or the owner of the property.
Okay, I'm sorry, say your name one more time so the court reporter, because you're far away.
Samed Karini. I'm
Thank
the owner of the property. I don't know if that's close enough. Can you guys hear me okay?
That's better, thank you.
Okay, Riyadh, if you don't mind, just go into those points that we. Now, the hours for that business will be from 9 a.m. in the morning until 6 or 7 p.m. in the afternoon.
Okay.
Monday through Saturday, actually.
Okay, so not open on Sunday is the proposed.
No. The dealership license prohibits business on Sunday anyway.
And how many parking spaces does this plan have, Mr. Baghdadi? In other words, how many cars can be parked at this location? If this
We have 14 cars, 14 display cars, plus we have parking for customers that are separate from the 14 spaces. We have 6 customers parking, including 1 handicap.
And what's the next closest car dealership on Troost?
About 150 feet, 200 feet.
Okay, and is that more than one or just one?
Just one across the street.
Okay. All right. All right. Mr. Baghdadi, is there anything else about the specifics of this business operation that we need to understand?
Not at this time.
Okay.
We'll happy to respond to any comments later on.
And just so that I'm clear, everybody that is here in support has nothing else different to say, correct, Mr. Baghdadi? They're all just thinking that this
No,
is.
the owner actually would like the chance to talk about it. He has some more points that he want to make.
Okay, well then let's hear those first, because then I'm going to move to the opposition and hear what that is. Since I know we have a lot of people here in support, let me hear the owner's other points, which I'm assuming all the people here in support are supportive of. So go ahead with those.
Okay, now the points that I would like to discuss with you today is when I first initially purchased that property, which is at 7030 Troost, I already purchased the property beside it, which is the 7044 Troost. What I do for a living is I look for those closed properties that people does not really look at. They are vacant, and I take them, I fix them, and I put them to business. Either I lease them or I operate them. So the initial investment was that corner itself, which is the 7044 Troost. During the process in 2014 or 2015, when I bought that 7044 Troost, the owner of the car wash approached me and he said, Sam, buy mine. I've been trying to keep it going for a while, but I just had to shut it down. So I said, okay, well, give me a chance. Let me see this corner. If it's doing good, I'll buy yours. And indeed, 7044 have taken off. I leased it. It's been doing the business for good 5-6 years, employing people, funding the city of all sort of good community services. So I bought that car wash that was already abandoned as well. I took it, I remodeled it, I fixed it. I made it on vacant property, good for use of the people, good for the community, safer environment from an abandoned property. Then 5 years of saying, okay, well, maybe it's gonna be tomorrow. Let's do this, let's add this, let's fix this. I'm having a hard time. A 24-hour operation, you know, the bays away from Troost are hidden bays. They are kind of hidden a little bit to the inside. People goes inside those bays, and I can't let you imagine what kind of things they do. I get tree dumpings, I get trash dumpings, I get dumpings from the neighborhood who has apartment rentals. When they do remodeling, when somebody moves out, they remodel, they take the carpet, they take the sheetrock, and I find it in my bays. I'm tired of keeping up with a business that I can't keep going. It is not doing any good for me. I wanted to keep that place open, but without your help, without the community help, how can I open it? How can I keep it open? It's losing money every day, and I don't want to close it. As a matter of fact, one of those issues, some of those issues that was raised in the previous hearing, some of those issues, I just want to go through those little quickly. I know your time is limited. Some of the neighbors talked about code violations on 7044 Troost. Ma'am, I have a letter. I have a letter in here. The date on it is the 19th. I received this letter yesterday. Yesterday at 5 p.m. I opened my mailbox. This is the code violation they're talking about. I received it yesterday. They brought that in the previous hearing as to damage my reputation in front of the people. Not only this, looking at this letter, I'm sorry, but please be patient with me. Look at this letter. In the bottom, it says it was sent to me on the 12th. It was sent to me on the 12th. The 12th was on Friday. Friday before the hearing. Saturday is the 13th. Sunday is the 14th. 15th is Monday. I did not get it. Tuesday, they said, oh, well, you have all kind of code violations. And guess what? You know what these code violations are? When a company promotes a cigarette, and use cigarettes, they put a little poster on the fence or on a post or something outside saying, hey, we're promoting this product, come and buy it. These are the code violations they're talking about. Anyway, when I received this letter, I contacted the owner because it's a part of my contract, not the owner, the tenant. It's a part of my contract when I contract with somebody that they need to comply with codes. He removed all that signage and I have a proof of it. Second thing, they brought in the idea that I'm already doing work in there. They brought in somebody said, oh, I think you already converted it. You already are doing sales in there. Prove it. I can prove it. I have pictures of cars passing through. Just on this weekend, because of the snow, people wanted to wash their cars over the weekend. Because of people has a lot of snow and salt on their vehicles, they want to watch it. I have proof. Can they supply me with a proof that I have converted it? Now, I close bays in the winter time. Some of the bays, I close them because of low traffic. I'm sorry. Because of low traffic and because of freezing pipes. Weeks like the last week we have seen here in Kansas City, busted so much pipes everywhere, including mine, in the car wash. So I usually close 2 bays in the wintertime because of the low traffic to save my pipes and my system running. Otherwise, the whole thing goes off. And I closed 1 bay, and those are temporary closure. These are not permanent. These are doors that you could remove and put it in the storage. And before that, I have closed 1 bay for storage. I have no storage, 0. So these are the points that the neighbors has used. And the most damaging one is, well, you have already converted. You are already doing business. And you have code violation next door, a code violation that I have received yesterday. Just yesterday. Ma'am, I have 15 pages, of which each page contain 10 signatures, of which I have 3 witnesses on each document filled from in the convenience store. And another employee of mine saw me having those signed by people stating, yes, we want this project. Yes, we agree to it. I can't deny there's 3 or 4 or 5 of them said no, and I respect their opinion. But what about the other people who say yes? Where are they? Where's their voices? Why they haven't been counted last time? I'm sorry for my frustration, ma'am. Thank you for listening to me today. And please, I just want you to understand that I just feel that I was trapped. I feel that I was not treated fairly. I feel that the case was rushed. They had so much cases. And truth, according to ADT report, ma'am, it has 3% higher crime rate. Without acknowledging a problem, how can we fix it? If we don't acknowledge that, hey, this is a high-risk neighborhood, I need to be careful, I need to take precaution, I need to put camera systems, I need to put better lighting, I need to put stuff. If I don't acknowledge the issue, how can I deal with it? So this is the points that I wanted to raise. Thank you for listening to me. And please excuse me if I raise my voice, but I swear it's just it wasn't fair. It was not fair in any way. I am a citizen just like everybody. I look for the best of the community. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, so I want to hear first from the opposition because I understand there's a lot of support online today. So I think I saw at least 3 or 4 people in opposition, and I'm just going to call the names that I have. If I miss somebody when we're done, please tell me and I'll let that person speak. Ms. Schuler, I'm going to start with you just because you're at the top of my screen. So would you unmute and you've been sworn in because I have everybody sworn in. So please state your name first and then state your position.
Yes, my name is Mary Schuler and I live at 704 East 70th Terrace and I'm opposed. I did send an email, but as I understand from the earlier proceedings, that's not necessarily being entered.
That's correct.
Exhibit.
Right.
Can I read the email then?
Well, I guess if you're going to testify that you wrote it and you're under oath, I can admit it now. So I will admit your email based on your testimony. So you don't need to read it. No. So if you want to tell me something different that's in the email, I'll hear it now.
Different than the email?
Yes.
I would say that I don't know if there's anything really different than the email other than, you know, certainly at the last meeting, we did present as a neighborhood very specific issues that haven't been mentioned here today yet, including environmental issues, noise issues, parking issues, traffic issues. And I think the one thing that I would say, especially that might be in addition to what my email says, is that I know a lot of the people that are in favor of this are people that are friends and neighbors and you know, other business owners of the applicant. But in my opinion, I feel that the neighbors that live by this property are the ones that their opinion should be weighted more heavily because we're the ones that have to live with the decision that's made here. We're the ones that have to figure out if in fact he doesn't comply or the owner of the property doesn't comply to all of the conditions that are presented, then the onus is on us to try to reverse the decision. And I know that was some testimony earlier today with someone trying to reverse something. And to me, that doesn't seem fair that, you know, that if there's a green light on this, that who knows what kind of hoops we have to jump through for revoking the special permit. What's the process? How difficult is it to reverse it? And, you know, just from being a neighbor who's lived here for more than 20 years, I hope that you listen to the people that actually live in this neighborhood, not the people that drive by, not the people that are here during the daytime, you know, every once in a while for work. We live on these streets. We own houses on these streets, and our properties are going to be affected by it. Our lives are going to be affected by it because there are safety concerns with people test driving cars up and down our street. Because if they're going to test drive a car, they're not going to pull out onto Troost, which is a much busier intersection. They're going to drive on our side street, which we have families, we have cats and dogs and all sorts of animals, and our quality of life will be affected by this business. I appreciate you listening to me.
Okay, so Ms. Schuler's letter will be admitted as Exhibit 10. Thank you, Ms. Schuler. Ms. Kreidler, are you still there?
I am.
Okay, okay. Would you please, you're in opposition, correct?
I am in opposition and I own 775, 773 East 70th Terrace. I was directly involved with the petition, and I sent in a notarization Friday, and I'm wondering if the board has that. I documented that I was involved with it. I knocked on each door.
Let me see, hold on. I see, okay, Ms. Kryler, I do see a petition that's signed that is two full pages and then part of a third page. Is that document?
That is the petition,
okay.
And I have the statistics here if you want me to go over them.
So my question to you is that you personally obtained every signature on this document?
I did. I knocked on the doors. I did get help with people passing out the original notes from the public meeting. And they found addresses and contact numbers. But then after we determined that there was enough opposition, I was the one that, with Sean's help, developed the petition and then passed it out and then walked the neighborhood and got the signatures.
Okay, and I apologize. The petition is actually 4 pages in length. And so your testimony under oath today, Ms. Kreidler, is that you personally witnessed each person on this exhibit to sign their name and tell you who they were.
That is correct.
Okay, I'm going to mark this as Exhibit 11 and it will be admitted. Do you have any specific testimony about why you oppose this this proposed car dealership?
For myself,
Yes.
I have a concern. I was involved with the codes violation back in December, and the person that was concerned about it was told to call the 311, and they did, and I was involved in that. And we were informed by the city that they could not accept our complaint or our concern at that point because it had to do with the signage. They could not accept it because there was already an open case since October of 2019. So it sounds like there's some, disconnect somewhere, because he's saying he just received a letter, but they couldn't take the complaint back in December because there was already an open one. So I did want to point that out. I know that he also mentioned illegal dumping. I'm a landlord. I've had illegal dumping. I know that's frustrating. But I wonder why the 8-foot fence with barbed wire, which was added a couple months ago, why the gates aren't closed in the evening at nighttime. That would be a perfect way to stop the illegal dumping. There was a lot of questions raised about the 8-foot fence with barbed wire on top. People that live there wondered what happened. Why is that? What happened to make that happen? And it appears that it mirrors the original site plan that they put out and put out for the public meeting on December 10th of 2020.
Ma'am, are you saying that the fence was added because it was for an anticipation of this turning into a car dealership?
Well, it just mirrors the site plan that the neighborhood was given on December 10th, which was the public meeting. And then it came around that time, and there was quite a few questions. What happened in our neighborhood? I mean, we are very concerned about what happens in our neighborhood. You know, we're all owners. We live there, and I just wanted to point that out.
Okay, I appreciate that. All right. Anything else, Ms. Kreidler?
I have testimony from a person that works nights that could not be here. He could not submit it by the Thursday deadline. And I wondered if I could read that or submit it.
Is it notarized?
It's not notarized.
I don't at this point have any way for you to admit that then.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Mr. Ackerman, are you still online?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. And you're here in opposition, correct?
I am here in opposition, and I submitted a letter dated February 18th. I did not have a chance to get that notarized. I would, Madam Chairman, point out that we did not find out about the requirement to have documents notarized until last Thursday afternoon. And so there are a number of neighbors who did not participate today, believing that their items had already been submitted for the record, and they didn't want to duplicate that effort. So I'll start by saying first, I'd ask that you uphold the CPC's unanimous recommendation and deny the application as it's submitted. Second, if you are not inclined to, if you're inclined to overturn the CPC's recommendation, I would ask that you table the application for two reasons. One, to allow the neighbors to have their testimony notarized so they can submit it for the record. But also so that the applicant can choose to work with the neighborhood. In your package, you have a summary of a December meeting with the neighborhood where the neighbors that could participate on short notice, most of the neighbors got that notice with a couple of days notice before that virtual hearing, participated and listed detailed concerns about the application. Unfortunately, two things were requested: follow up about what changes may be made to the application as a result. That did not happen. Second, you'll see in your packet that the applicant's summary of the discussion is simply about 12 to 15 bullet items with no explanation of the concerns that were raised, the commitments that were made about how they were going to be addressed, or those items that were going to be further explored and reported back. So I think the applicants had an opportunity to work with the neighborhood, in some cases to address issues that could be addressed, and has chosen not to. I want to point out that you have the record from the CPC where the neighbors that could not be here, they have already testified, and hope you'll accept that testimony on their behalf. Big picture, the code that applies here calls for findings that there's no impact to the neighborhood and that this use is needed in this location. In my letter, I won't go over all those details, but I think we make a case that is the use is not warranted in this location. There are sufficient uses of this kind in the corridor. I think bigger picture, I think you'll also find that denial would not be a hardship. Contrary to the testimony offered at the CPC and in the initial staff report, the use is not vacant. The bays have already been enclosed. The car wash is being used, and it's also, the property is also being used for automotive repair. There was a comment earlier about there was no evidence of that. There have been photographs submitted with the bays being used in the evening with vehicles up on automotive lifts, which is an indication that that is not a car wash service being used. So we'd ask again that those be part of the record. I mentioned the legitimate issues. Those were detailed. Mrs. Kreidler submitted a list of the comments and concerns that were shared during the meeting about setback, screening, ventilation, hours of operation. The applicant, as he testified today, did talk about some of those things that would be addressed voluntarily. Unfortunately, those are not part of the site plan or part of the development plan. So there's no, although that statement could be made, that's simply a stated intent, and it cannot be held to that in the future. Whether it be an intent to be the owner operator, whether it be an intent to hold oneself to voluntary hours, that was brought up in that meeting, and those were asked to be made conditions of the application. During that meeting, the applicant also pointed out that he may well not be the owner operator. He mentioned a brother that might own it, or that he may lease it out to somebody else. Again, that's where those voluntary restrictions are not relevant. The hours mentioned not relevant because they're not a condition of the plan, and future operators don't have to follow those hours of operation. I also want to point out that part of the testimony shared at the CPC and today was in regard to the desire for the change because of frequent violations and problems. And we've heard some testimony about those. I will tell you that they've not been documented. 311, the city's 311 code enforcement has 4 cases on the property since 2011. Similarly, this Kansas City Police Department has 1 complaint filed on the property in the last year. It was a property vandalism issue. I will tell you, in addition to being a resident and my office being nearby, I manage the Southtown Council, and I'm district manager for the Troost Avenue Community Improvement District. The Troost Avenue Community Improvement District provides a security patrol for the corridor, including for the property. And we do see illegal dumping. I will tell you, I also manage the Brookside Business Association, and we see illegal dumping there. I resent the comment that Troost Avenue is a unique beast and that we're seeing crime like dumping. That's common all over the city. It's also common whether or not the property is vacant or whether the property is occupied. We just dealt with dumping this morning in the Brookside Shops. Those properties are not vacant, and yet we saw the illegal dumping. It's just unfortunately part of being a property owner, and the lack or the desire not to have that does not warrant a change in use. Again, the testimony was given that there are other ways to address that. There was also a discussion about the next door neighbor, the property to the north, warranting the use. There is a vacant property to the north of this property. It's the former New York Deli that was there for decades. Unfortunately, it closed several years ago. The owner sold it to a new buyer. That buyer abandoned the property and left it in disrepair. Frankly, they did not pay their utilities, had the utilities turned off, the pipes froze. It flooded the building and it was left unsecured for 12 months while the owner went through a foreclosure process to take it back. Unfortunately, during that period, the building was nearly destroyed by people that were breaking into it. That has been an ongoing problem. But that again is not grounds for warranting the approval of a use that has impacts on the neighborhood and is not clearly demonstrated as a need in the area. The other thing I would say, again, with regard to the code violations, I understand the property owner's frustration. That's one of the reasons that we would ask that the property not be permitted as a used car lot. The code case filed, and I'm not sure of the complete history, but the city's records show that that code complaint for the illegal signs was filed in 2019, the fall of 2019. If the applicant just received notice of violations from the city this week, I think it's an example of the concerns that the neighbors are expressing about the inability to address the maintenance and the long-term appearance of the property over time. I will say, however, though, the neighbors shared that concern with the applicant at the December meeting with the neighborhood. The applicant testified at that time that he was aware of those signs, that he did receive compensation for having them on the property and would not consider removing them. Now, he may have disagreed that they were illegal, but the neighborhood did share those concerns, did state that they were in violation, and there was a 311 case in place at that time. So again, I think big picture, that's the concern. With my letter, I submitted examples of the several other used car lots in the corridor. Troost has an abundance of used car lots. There are also several on Holmes, Worrell, and other locations in the city. There are some good examples. This is not an anti-used car lot comment. We have some good operators that run good businesses. Unfortunately, the majority that we see are prone to code violations. We see property maintenance issues. You see storage of inoperable automotive vehicles. You see storage of parts, and I've demonstrated photos of that. One of the examples given at the CPC by the applicant was a used car lot that previously operated at 45th and Troost. The belief was that was a former car wash and it would be better operated as a used car lot to demonstrate that the car lot could help clean up the neighborhood. I submitted photos of the code violations of that specific use over the years. That used car lot operated for many years with open violations that were not ever resolved until the car lot went out of business. There are other examples that we've given along Troost, and generally what you're hearing from the neighborhood, what you're hearing from me is wanting to address those issues up front. This idea that trust us, we're going to do a good job. Unfortunately, that doesn't hold water. It's also contrary to the hard work that the city, the neighborhood, business associations have done to try to find ways to continue to lift up Troost Avenue. Troost Avenue has been one of the highest investment locations in the city over the last several years. If you look at the multi-million-dollar projects happening at 68th and Troost, if you look at the new market rate apartments being built, if you look at the renovations done at 55th and Troost, this is a high investment corridor. We'd like to see that continue, and the open uses, the open car lots, the razor wire, and the belief that this is an area that does not warrant quality investment should not be perpetuated. I've gone long enough, but
Amen.
I would ask
Yeah.
that you deny the application as it's submitted.
Okay, Mr. Ackerman, since you're here and you've testified, I am going to admit your written submission and those photographs as Exhibit 12 for the board to
Thank you.
review. Ms. Kreidler, I missed a document that she had submitted, so her petition is admitted as Exhibit 11, as well as an email she sent with that. So just so the record is clear, that will be Exhibit 11. I have one other person on my list that was in opposition. I believe it's a Kelly Duke. Ms. Duke, are you still online?
Yes, ma'am, I am. I don't have any additional testimony to offer. Sean and Cecilia and Mary did a great job. I did, however, submit a letter on Thursday, I believe that was the 18th, through email. It was not notarized. If I can contest that I had submitted that, that would be excellent.
Okay, I see that in what we've received. And so based on your appearing here in person today and testifying under oath that that is yours, I will admit your letter email as Exhibit 13. And that will be.
Thank you very much.
Just so the record is clear, I have an email from a Kathy Kerr and a Mary Crossan. I did not hear that either one was online, so those will not be admitted for the board to consider today in opposition. Okay. All right. So I think I got all the opposition. Mr. Baghdadi will give you the last opportunity to respond. And then I'm going to ask the board if they have any questions of anyone. So anything that you'd like to comment in response to those who testified in opposition.
Yeah, quickly, very quickly. I didn't really hear any specific objection.
Who is this?
I'm sorry, it's Mr. Baghdadi, the applicant, Kathy.
Oh, God.
Riyadh Baghdadi.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, yes, go ahead.
Okay, I didn't hear, I mean, I heard a lot of comments, but I'm looking for a specific objection to this development. And I couldn't really hear that many of them. One of them was the traffic, you know, like going through the traffic and through the neighborhood. And I don't understand, a car wash generates more traffic, a lot more traffic than a car dealership. For a car dealership, you have 5 to 10 customers a day. For a car wash, I mean, you might have 100 cars a day. So I don't really understand this. The other issue is, you know, they're talking about violation of the next door neighbor. I don't understand what the relation between that violation and this business in here. I couldn't make the connection in there. And then the other thing is, this use is allowed in this zoning, although you need the special use permit to have more restriction, which is understandable. If one of the objection was about the operating hours, we can include that as a condition for approval for this application. I mean, we are willing, we are open and willing to work with the neighbors. But you know, if you're coming to the meeting with a preconceived idea, preconceived opinion on we're not gonna work for you, we're gonna make every issue that the city suffers is fall on this development here. I mean, it's gonna be hard, but if we have some specific issues that the neighbors wanna address, we can work with them. You know, it's not an issue with that. There is no problem whatsoever with that. And you know, we keep telling them that the owner told them that he closed 2 bays because of the winter time, and they come back and they say, no, he did that on purpose, and he did construction, and the construction started without the neighbors knowing. All of this, I mean, doesn't have a lot of weight to me. And the owner would like to have more comments, if possible, please.
Okay. Can other people comment?
We're short on time today, and I don't want to cut.
Let the other people talk, and
but what I want to know is if anybody who's here in opposition, I want to know if you live or operate a business within a couple blocks of this proposed business. If you do, raise your hand somehow. Does anyone here in support operate a business or live
Yes.
within the 4 or 5 blocks of this proposed location? You okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, is that Sam Zahari? I see you raising your hand. Mr. Zahari, where do you operate or live a business?
I live at 1334 East of 53rd Street. And I am for this project. We really need some more surveillance in the area. We need area to be a little bit cleaner, to be a little bit more under watched. It looks terrible right now. And I would love to see a little more of a security in the area. And I think a car dealership would do better job than a car wash would.
And what is your business or your resident? Do you have a business or a resident?
It's a residence.
And you live there, and that's within 4 or 5 blocks of this location?
Yes, yes.
What did you, sir, what did you say your address was again?
What is your
Sorry.
address?
It's 1334 East 53rd Street.
East 53rd?
Yes, that's what
Yes.
Yeah, that can't be within a few blocks.
that's what that's what I'm yeah, I don't
Couple
know.
miles north.
Okay, all right. All right, who else operates the business in support that's within 4 or 5 blocks of this location? Yes.
Me, Hadiel.
Yes, can you state your name again? I can.
Hadiel Kalawi.
Okay, and where are you located?
Next door, 7044 Trust Avenue. I own the business next door, which called the Trust Mart and Cell Phones.
Okay.
Yes, I have attended the previous hearing, which was on 16 of the month, in which the owner of the car wash was actually the same owner of the building at 7044 Trust, was here in my facility and in his facility, collecting voting of the neighborhood, of the project, of the conversation to a used car lot. I have witnessed a lot of people actually who liked the idea and showed him support. Plus, in the previous hearing, and for the first time, I have ever heard that my business at 7044 Trust in any violation or what, even as a little signage violation. I mean, the signs they are talking about is actually a signs for cigarettes, a tobacco company, which cigarettes company hang them outside to promote their products. As a matter of fact, you actually see all these signs in most of the gas stations and convenience stores, retail stores, cell phone stores around all on Trust. I have not received any letter from the city of Kansas City stating that this site has such a violation or a code violation that it needs to be corrected until yesterday when I had a call from Sam. He sent us a picture of a violation dated 4 days before the 16th, which is the previous hearing. And he received it yesterday, and he took a picture of it, which is yesterday is 1 day before the BZA meeting. I mean, this timing has a meaning. Why would someone say or use such as an accusation to damage the credibility of the owner on such a timing matter that is well studied and well done? Feels like a trap. We would love actually to see more businesses on Trust. And for me, I work next door. I know what I'm talking about. I have seen so much people dumping trees at night, trees branches, trash, drug dealing in the middle of the night, and loud, very loud music at night. And a lot of neighborhood actually, they come to my store and start complaining, there's so much loud music, and there's a sign outside saying that there's no loud music sign, but nobody listen. I believe the owner of both locations, mine and the car wash, is a well-educated person, knows what he does when it comes to a vacant and abandoned light, know how to actually turn them around to a very successful businesses. I've been in this location for what, over 5 years? I'm doing well for myself, my family, my employees. People are not laying them off, helping economy and contributing to the economy in every single way. This is what the owner is trying to do, and what he's trying actually to keep his business going. And please, I mean, please pay attention to to be a car dealer instead of car wash, because I wish if you can actually come and see what's going on outside in the middle of the night. A lot of traffic with the car wash, a lot of traffic. For a car dealer, it's going to be much, much better. Less traffic. It's going to be, looks better. I don't know. And thank you so much for listening. I wish if it's just switched to a car dealer. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you. Is there
You're
anyone
welcome.
in the support group that actually operates a business? Sir, I see your name. I can't remember your name. I apologize. It says Romeo. Yes. Okay.
I don't know how to say it. I put Romeo, but it's supposed to be I have a hard time to like, and I never like, and something,
All right.
something like that.
Do me a favor before you start talking. Tell me your name again so the court reporter knows who you are.
Rami Zahir Al Quraini.
Okay. And where do you live or operate a business? What's the address?
6800 Troost.
I'm sorry. Say that one more time. You broke up.
6800 Troost.
What is the witness's name?
I'm going to say your name one more time. She couldn't hear you.
Rami Zahir Al Quraini.
Rami Zahira
Zahir Al Quraini. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Go ahead.
Okay. Long time I was searching for a business, and I asked Samir if he can help me out at the location, to find a location. We did find a vacant location that it's been has the tires and trash on the lot and all kind of stuff. It was vacant for many years. So we got into that business. He helped me out to get it going, and now it's a mechanic shop, and we have a people that works here. They have a part, the auto part place that works, the glass people. This business right now is start to be putting a lot of food into a lot of family table. What I'm asking you is, which is it looks better to you guys? Is it a vacant property that it has all kind of trash in it and sit there for many years doing nothing, or a place that is working and it has people works in it and it's hiring, creating all kind of business and all kind of works? Well, what I'm thinking is that type of business is gonna bring value to the property, plus is gonna hire people, plus I mean is gonna help the community big time. I don't really see I mean the neighbor that she was talking about, car being driving on the road. Well, car driving on the road all the time. I mean, you cannot stop nobody driving a road. I mean, if you worry about something, you need to, you need to keep your kids inside. You don't keep your dog at the street. Just my point is, it's a lot better, to have a business and it's going and it creates more job for people and helping a lot of people. It's a creating job in a state just being an empty property with a tire and branch, tires and trash and a tree branches in it. I support the car dealers big time, and I support any property being vacant to be a good business running. And I appreciate that you guys listening to me, and thank you for all.
Thank you. Mr. Ennis.
Madam Chairman,
I'm sorry.
as a point of order, can you ask that owner to clarify his business? The address he gave is for Muehlbach Funeral Home,
Okay.
which is not his business.
Okay, sir, what's the name of your business? You're muted. Can you unmute?
United Auto Sales. It's a 6800 and Troost.
Okay, and the name of your company again is, I'm sorry?
United Auto.
United Auto. Okay,
Madam Chairman, there's no United Auto at 6800 Troost. 6800 Troost is the Mulebach Funeral Home, and I know because I'm the neighboring business, and that's who I lease from.
okay, thank you, Mr. Ackerman. All right, Mr. Ennis, you raised your hand. Do you own or operate a business within a few blocks of this location? You're muted if you raised your hand when I asked that question.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, Mr. Ennis, I can.
Okay, I own the business King's Automotive, which is 7744 Troost. And we do body work and car detailing. The presence of the dealership is gonna benefit my business because we will be working directly to repair the body work for the dealership. Being around the area, I've witnessed a lot of bad issues with the presence of the car wash. A lot of time there's people going in late at night with music loud. It is open 24 hours, so that doesn't stop anybody for whatever they're doing, going in anytime to do what they're doing. I've witnessed drug dealing. I've witnessed car parked inside the bays with people inside the car. God knows what they're doing. I've witnessed a lot of dumping. So it is actually more dangerous to the community and for us as business owners around the area to have a car wash rather than controlled dealership that opens till 7 o'clock or 6 o'clock, whatever, summer or winter. On the other hand, which is very, very important to the nature and environment, there's a lot of people do oil change inside those bays, and they dump the oil inside the wash bay. Imagine what's going to happen to the soil. It's going to contaminate the water, the soil, the plantation, everything. And they leave their trash right in the middle. So imagine what's going to happen to the drinking water, or the contamination is going to be as a result of that. So I'm in big support to the project, especially that he's taken some of the business up to Kansas, and he's going to be bringing it next door. We can go pick up some of his cars and repair them and take them back. Plus, I think he's going to create more control to the area, so you don't have this crowd at night. And everyone almost that goes into that car wash have loud music. And there's a lot of complaints from people that I've heard, and I'm a big supporter of the project. And thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ness. The other person I saw raise a hand was Habib.
I just want to confirm that it's a 6800 Bannister. I was confusing about the Troost. His address is a 6800 Bannister. I'm just before I log out, it's a 6800 Bannister. Sorry, my mind hooked up into his address.
Okay, all right.
But,
thank you. Thank you. All right. The other person I saw raise a hand was Habib Salah.
Yes, this is Habib Salah. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I don't operate business nearby. I don't live nearby, actually. I live a little distance, but I drive through. I work for KU Hospital. And I think two things I observed today, and especially from the opposing side, it seemed like there's injustice here, because they are accusing the owner of the proposed business of things that he has not done, and accordingly it's being basically punished by it. Number two, what I'd like to ask again, what would be better, actually, having a closed business like many other closed business in Troost versus a successful business, and I know Samit will do a great job in doing this work. So, and to be honest with you, the motivation for me today is seeing how the impact of COVID and how the economy is really weakening. I could tell you honestly, I observed the weakness of the economy even in KU Hospital, because the number of patients are coming, the number of cases of cancer diagnosis is dropping by 50%. My point is, at this time of our life, at this juncture of our life, we need a small business. We need to encourage a small business, because small business is the spine of the economy in this country. So it really kind of shocking me that is people opposing a potential of a successful business model in favor of a dump ground, an empty lot, which will be a crime site. And that's what I want. Thank you again for giving me the opportunity to testify.
Okay. I think I have now seen everyone who said that they operated a business within this vicinity. So, okay, board members, I'm going to ask you at this time if you have any questions for the applicant.
Madam Chairman?
Yes.
I have a question for Mr. Baghdadi.
Yes.
My question is, you said you're going to have 2 bays to do work on your own cars. Are you going to do body work and oil changes, mechanical like motor changes, transmission work in your bay?
Yes, we're gonna do light repair changes, light repair in these two bays.
Yes.
So what will you do with
May I ask?
oil?
Just a second. You can't talk over each other because the court reporter cannot take this down. So let Mr. Gornick ask this question. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
So thank you. So what will you be doing with, if you're going to set motors outside, if you're going to repair motors or replace motors, oil changes, what are you going to do with the oil? Do you have?
No, for the oil, the way we change oil, all the oil is really collected into a drum inside. We do it the proper way, the way a professional car repairman does it. All the oils will be collected and then all to be recycled. No oil will be dumped into the sewer line the way it is now. Now they just open the motor and let the oil run on the floor. It's not gonna happen like that, like what everybody does it, all the oil will be recycled, collected and recycled. Yes.
I understand. And thank you. You won't be leaving motors and parts outside then?
No. Only is gonna be very light repair for the car he's gonna sell. And by the way, for your information and for everybody's information, he is allowed with no special use permit to open a car repair shop in that location. His zoning allow him to do that. And that's, he doesn't really need any special use permit. He just needs to apply for plans, submit plans, regular plan to the city, get a permit, and he's on his way. I just want to clarify this, so it's not like a point of contention. But again, we're restricting ourselves to the cars that gonna be sold in that location only.
Okay, any other questions from board members from the applicant? Okay, hearing no other questions, I believe it's time to entertain a motion on this case.
Madam Chairman Otto.
Yes,
Am I
Mr.
live? Okay, yes.
Yes.
First of all, I want to thank everyone who came out today to give testimony. It was received both on the opposition and for the support. We spent over an hour listening, and truly, it's been very informative, at least for me, as one board member.
You have a lady that wants to talk.
That said, no, I'm going to make a motion here. And so that said, in case number 51, I recommend the application be denied.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
A second from Mr. Kelleher. All in favor, please say aye.
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 And any in opposition?
Opposed.
I have one in opposition. And Chair votes with the motion. The request is denied 4-1. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. I have a question, Ms. Otto,
Who's speaking? I can't
the
tell.
court reporter.
Yes.
How long is this going to go? No one told me it was going to be this long.
Okay, well, let's let everyone sign off of this case and we'll take a brief moment and I'll
Okay.
talk with you. So just hang
All
tight
right.
so Mr.
All right.
Reckwinkle can have people leave this location.
Sure, sure.
Okay, Kathy, we have several more cases. Do you have evening commitments that you can't stay for maybe another hour and a half?
Well, I don't think it's going to be an hour and a half. I think it'll be much longer than that. If you give me, I need a 5-minute break, okay?
Yeah, that's fine. Take a break. That's what I'm asking. How long can you stay? Because I'd like to do as many cases as we can, and I want to tell the people that are here who need to get a continuance then.
Oh, well, I just wish they would tell the reporters so we had some idea before, you know, I thought it was just going to be a few hours and here we are.
Yeah, okay. We'll take a break. Figure out what you can do and let's come back in about 5 minutes, okay?
Oh, God. All right.
How many more cases do we have?
Okay, that's what I'm, and Sarah, are you still on? Okay. And we're, and
Yes.
remember, we're public, so please, you know, accord yourself appropriately. It appears that we have, if I count them, we have to do 15 and 16, 17, 20, 21, 23, 24, 26, and 27. Are there any other continuances or dismissals that I'm unaware of in that list?
Yeah, this is Joe. There is docket item 16. It's actually a continuance. It says approval, but this hasn't gone to council yet, so it has to be continued.
Okay. But is everything else still an active case that needs to be heard? Okay.
Yes.
And is everyone for those cases still online as far as we know?
Yeah, as far as I know. For any
anybody, if anybody is online and you wish to ask for a continuance and we haven't heard your case, would you raise your hand so we could find out if you're interested in doing that due to the late hour? Joe, did anybody raise their hand?
Yeah, Mr. Hodges.
Okay.
You can speak, Dwayne.
And we're not on the record, so Dwayne, I'm just asking, can you hear me?
Yes.
What number case are you on?
I believe I'm 26, but it would be fine with me if we postponed it, or I can stay for it. I just wanted to give that option.
Okay, all right. Well, is there anybody else okay, so Dwayne, stay online for a minute and thank you for that comment. Is there anybody else?
No one else has raised their hand.
Okay.
Teresa, what did Joe say that he's continuing? Is that number 16? Did I hear that right?
Yeah, is the applicant online? Is Mr. Goldblatt here?
No, he's not.
Okay, okay. So it sounds like without it, if Mr. Hodges does do a continuance, then we still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cases, or 8 if we try to finish Mr. Hodges that we have to finish.
Right. And 20 and 21 are companions. That's at Spruce Avenue on a combination line with Bill Fowler.
Right, right. So we can call those together, right?
Right. I don't, you know.
So let's see what let's see what our court reporter says. We're kind of at her mercy. If she has something she has to do, again, I mean.
Right.
Maybe should have started this hearing a little earlier today.
Right.
I mean, that's not our typical.
You've kept us moving, Teresa.
Well, I know, but we have a lot to do. I was trying to keep us moving.
You've done a good job. And so is Mr. Keller when he's been called to action, wherever Mike is. He's committing suicide right now.
No, I'm good to finish for whatever that's worth. One person.
That's right.
Well, I also need to find out from staff and board members, does anybody else have childcare issues or anything that are going to prevent you from finishing up? So please speak up. If we've got a problem, we may have to continue these, and I would rather continue them sooner than later. So
Is dinner delivered?
only if someone at your house does that, Tom.
Oh, Jamie this is Joe again. I know Jamie's children will be home soon if they aren't already, so she'll have background noise at a minimum.
Okay.
Yeah, I have a 3-year-old and a 7-month-old, both of whom are going to be very concerned about me walking myself in this room. So I will try to minimize that for as long as I can, but I don't think I can make it through 8 cases if I'm being completely transparent with you all.
Well, that's why I'm asking. So
I appreciate your understanding. It's hard.
And
if the board wants to proceed, I'll try my best to cover her cases, just so you know.
Okay, well, let's see what I think the court report's back. So let me see how she feels. And if we could try to handle a couple more, we will. And if she can't stay, then we'll have to continue these. So.
Teresa, some of these look pretty standard. You and I both, we've been around a while, as you know.
I know. Kathy, are you back? Okay, are you good to go for just a little while longer and we'll see how it goes?
Just go ahead. We're going to finish it.
Okay.
It's just that nobody told me, and I've got a very technical, hard job tomorrow all day, and I just needed to do some things to prepare for that. But it's okay. Go ahead.
We'll try to be as efficient as we can. I promise.
It's fine. I understand. I understand.
All right. Thank you. All right. Let's move on to the next case then, which is docket number 15, case number 47. The address is 9700 North Polo. Would the applicant please raise their hand to be promoted?
I do know that Riyadh is also the applicant on that.
Yes,
that's correct.
Is he still online?
I don't see him on the attendee list. Is he still on the panelist list?
No, he doesn't appear to be.
Maybe he was so thrown by the last case.
I will say he didn't appear last month, and that's why this case was continued.
Well, okay, I feel like, so he didn't show up at all, correct, at the last hearing?
That's correct.
That's correct, yeah.
Is there anyone else online who is interested in this case with the address of 9700 North Polo? If so, raise your hand.
No one's raising their hand.
Joe and Teresa, can we postpone this one at least for, let's move on. And
let's leave it to the end. All right, let's leave it to the end. Let's move to docket number 16, case number 7, with an address of 5005 Slope Parkway. I assume that's what that is. This is a request for continuance. Jamie, you want to handle that before your kids get home?
Yeah. This is a case that has a related issue pending city council action, so this can't be heard.
Okay. So
and I think, Madam Chair, we need to continue it off docket because I believe the council's remanded the rezoning, related rezoning back to the CPC.
Okay. So do I have a motion to continue this matter off docket?
So moved.
I have a motion for Mr. Stiller. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second for Mr. Kelleher. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. This matter is continued off docket. All right, let's move on to docket number 17. The case number is 108. The address is 5930 Ward Parkway. Would the applicant please raise their hand to be promoted?
Madam Chair, I'm promoting a few people.
Okay. I see Mr. Grime. Is it Grime? Yes, okay.
Yes.
I see someone from Piper Wind Architects.
Yes, Michael Blackridge.
And you're echoing really bad, Mr. Blackridge. And I see John Wynn, although he's muted. Is that everybody on your case?
Yes, I'm here. Sorry about that.
Okay, so I have Mr. Wynn, Mr. Grime, and Mr. Blackledge. Is there anyone else?
Madam Chair, my wife Claudia Grime is coming on as well.
Oh, I see her. Yes, thank you.
There she is. We're in a different places.
Okay, all right. And I think Mr. Blackledge walked out of the room. Oh, there he is. Okay, all right. Can you all, okay, let's do this. I want each of you to state your name. Mr. Grime, state your name, please.
My name is Edward Grime, and I'm a co-owner of the property.
Okay. Mrs. Grime, would you state your name, please? You're muted.
Hi, I'm Claudia Grime.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Blackledge, state your name, please.
Michael Blackledge.
Okay.
I'm trying to fix my audio, sorry.
Mr. Wind, would you state your name, please?
John Wind.
Okay, would you all please raise your right hands to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay.
Yes.
Have you all reviewed the staff report that is connected to this case? Yes. Do you have any
Yes.
objection to the administrative exhibits that are found on, now my computer is freezing. Is someone else, can someone tell me the
Page 2, Teresa, and it's exhibits 1 to 9, double sevens on this one, 1 to 9.
any objection to the admission of those administrative exhibits?
No.
Okay. Exhibits 1 through 9 will be admitted. Jamie, do you want to attempt this? Okay.
Yes, let me go ahead and get this started. Maybe. Okay. What I have before you is a request for a setback variance for the platted 45-foot building line on the street side yard in order for the property owners to have build a screened-in porch addition onto their home at 5930 Ward Parkway. The property in question is on the west side of the city, kind of just south of Midtown. More specifically, it is the southwest corner of Stratford Road and Ward Parkway. As you can see, sorry, this is kind of small. The addition in question is here, and it's on the north, I guess it's the north east corner of the property, and it does front Stratford Road, and they do have a 45-foot platted building line on this property, and it would exceed that. Here you can see the proposed drawings for the addition. And again, they have a required setback of 45 feet. They're proposing a setback of about 34 and a half feet. So they are requesting a 10.5-foot variance, or about 23%. With that, I will keep this brief and allow the applicant to speak.
Okay, I don't know who from the applicant wants to present, but Mr. Blackledge, Mr. Wind, who's doing that?
Michael, go ahead. Michael? No, okay. I guess I'm going to go ahead and proceed.
Okay.
Thank you. So the Grimes would like to add this addition to their house. I can tell you my specialty in our architectural practice is custom home design. And one of the highest requests we've had this year is to add outdoor living space to residences. due to COVID. So the Grimes are no exception to that. They have an existing screen porch on the back of their house. It's the northwest corner. And they'd like to expand that space to increase their outdoor living space. And unfortunately, they're kind of locked into moving only to the north on that addition. There are a lot, if you could please put up the exhibit, I think it's AS 101. Is that available? What is the site plan? I can speak to that.
Yes, I can get that pulled back up. One moment.
Thank you. Thank you, that's perfect. So to the rear of the existing screen porch is a swimming pool, so we really can't expand that direction. And to the south is the access from the house to the backyard, so we can't expand in that direction. And then they'd also like to include an outdoor or fireplace as part of the screen porch. And the code prohibits the fireplace to be, or requires that the chimneys on a fireplace be 2 feet higher than anything within 10 feet. So we had to move the fireplace out far enough and expand the porch far enough to get the chimney away from the existing house. Otherwise, the chimney would look out of proportion to the house. It would be extending up almost 2 stories attached to a 1-story addition. So just trying to keep it brief here, but give you a sense of the reasoning behind what we're proposing.
And so what you're proposing, Mr. Wind, is how many feet again over? I'm sorry, I'm trying to go back. I lost.
Yeah, it's about 10 feet.
10 feet.
And another point I'd like to make is if this were just a zoning issue, the existing zoning on a corner lot would only require a 15-foot side yard setback. But when this lot was originally established, it had the 45-foot platted setback. So if not for the platted setback, we could actually go out much further towards to the north.
Has any neighbor who's been notified of this proposal voiced any opposition?
I'm not aware of any.
Is there anyone online who is in opposition of this proposal? If so, raise your hand if you haven't been promoted.
Not seeing anyone raising their hand.
Thank you. Does the board understand the request or have questions for the applicant? I have no questions.
One question.
I'm sorry. Yes, go ahead, Randy.
No worries. I understand the need for more exterior space. I guess I'm curious. I mean, it looks like there's already a fairly sizable existing screen porch. So will this porch offer a different function than the existing porch?
It allows, yeah, and Mr. Grime, would you like to answer that question? I see you nodding your head.
Yes, thank you. Right now, it's that porch really isn't big enough. We have a rather large family, and it's not big enough for us to go in there and have everybody sit around a table and eat still inside. And so we hope to have a larger table that can double as a ping pong table, which we'll now have room for, and then we can all sit around there. We also have an elderly, my mother-in-law is 83 years old and lives with us. And because of the way it works out, that's the best place for her to step to go outside.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Now I would entertain a motion then.
Madam Chair, in
Case
case,
number 108, I move that the application be granted in accordance with staff report and site plan.
I have a motion from Mr. Kelleher. Do I have a second?
second,
I have a second from Mr. Ebbets. All in favor, please say aye.
aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. The request is granted. Thank you, folks, for your patience and enjoy your new addition.
Thank you for your service.
All right, let's move on then to docket number 20. Case number 1 with an address of 715 Spruce Avenue. And I'm also going to call case number 21 with a case number of 16 and an address of 711 Spruce Avenue. These two cases are combined, are companion cases. Would the applicant please raise your hand to be promoted?
Madam Chair, I promoted Jack Reese and Jim Mullen.
Okay. Gentlemen, can you turn on your microphones and your cameras, please? Can't see you yet or hear you.
Hello,
Mr. Mullen, I see you.
Jim Mullen, yes.
Okay.
Jack Reese.
Oh, and I see, yes, Mr. Reese, I see you both. Okay. So I think the court reporter can see you. Can you both please raise your right hands to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
Okay. Is there anyone else online who's here to either support or oppose these requests?
I might just say that Greg Lombardi, who's the president of the Lycans Neighborhood Association, which is this is in, he was on until just a few minutes ago.
Okay.
He said he was going to try to get back in, so if you might watch for him, he would be.
He would be someone we would need to add if he gets back on.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Joe will watch for that then. Okay. So gentlemen, have you, I'm sorry, I'm trying to make sure that I have both of these up here. Up. And of course, now I went too far. I apologize. Sorry, I had it right and now I've missed it.
Exhibits 1 to 9.
Yeah, I'm looking at the second case, sorry. That's what I'm trying to say. Are the exhibits are the same or different? Okay, yeah, gentlemen, in both cases, have you reviewed both case staff reports as it relates to these two matters?
Yes.
Sorry, I've been unable to find the staff reports, but we had extensive conversations with the staff, and I believe that everything's in order.
Okay, so on both reports, there are administrative exhibits that number 1 through 9. So you have no objection to those 9 exhibits being admitted in both cases, correct? Okay, those 9 exhibits in docket 20 and in docket 21 will be admitted. Jamie, do you want to present these? Okay, go ahead. You're muted.
Yes. I will go ahead and present these. Let me share. So up first, we'll have 715 Spruce Avenue. The applicant is seeking approval of a 2-foot side yard setback, a lot width, and a lot area variance for the construction of a new single-family home. These variance requests come from the condition of these lots being non-conforming. So these properties are in the northeast section of the city, specifically just south of 7th Street along Spruce Avenue. And you will note that the 2 cases in question are directly adjacent to each other. The first request for this is the lot area. The zoning code for R2.5 requires a minimum lot area of 4,000 square feet. This lot gets quite close at 3,920 square feet. So they are requesting a variance of 60 square feet or 1.5%. It should be noted that both the lot width and lot area requirements are required to make this a lot that is buildable with any type of development due to the requirements of this square footage for the zoning. This process was sought. Their other alternative process would have been to file a development plan for this site and take that before City Plan Commission and then City Council. Their second request is lot width. Again, the R2.5 requirements, it has a lot width of 40 feet. This lot is 30 feet in width, so they're looking for a 10-foot or 25% variance. And then finally is the side setback of 2 feet that they're requesting. The requirement is a 10% of lot width. They are proposing, which in this case would require, I think I actually have this wrong, I apologize, it should be 3 feet So they're looking at a variance of 1 foot. I apologize, it's not 6 inches. Those are the 3 requests for this property. You can see 715 Spruce here, kind of their proposed layout for the site. And then would you like me to go and just carry on through for the other case?
Yes, go ahead, please, Jane.
Great. So similarly, this lot at 711 Spruce is seeking approval of a lot width and lot area variance for the construction of a single family home. Again, it's on an adjacent property to the previous location. This property has a lot area of 3,920 square feet. It's looking for a 60 square foot variance. And this lot is 30 feet, and they're looking for a 10-foot width variance on this. They do not have the setback issue on this property.
Okay. All right, thank you, Jamie.
Yes.
Gentlemen, why do you believe these variances should be granted?
So the first thing I would say is that it's relevant here that our construction methodology is cast in place concrete and not wood frame construction. And we believe that building 2 houses on 2 lots, which is how the neighborhood was originally platted, is actually consistent with the current layout of the neighborhood. There's small houses on small lots, which is we've worked hard to design something that, from the point of view of the facade and the elevations, actually fit into the neighborhood. So, I mean, the other issue here is that since both lots were acquired from the land bank and they're non-conforming, the lots are deemed combined. So, so part of what's going on here is we're simply asking to be able to put back houses that were there as recently as 2008 to preserve essentially the fabric of the neighborhood.
And Mr. Reese, is there any objection from the neighborhood as to what you're proposing?
Well, this is why I'm disappointed that Greg isn't here, because Greg Lombardi is the executive director of the neighborhood association, and he's in full support of our project.
Okay. All right. Go ahead, Mr. Mullen. Yes.
Well, I was going to add, our organization, Neighborhoods of Hope Community Housing, has had an agreement in place for over a year, and we have worked within the design guidelines of what the Likens Neighborhood Association has determined is what they want. So the character and the design is really specified in our working agreement. And so this is through an agreement that we've had in place. This is really what they're looking for. This is what they want.
Okay. Does the board understand the request being asked in these 2 applications? And do you have any questions?
Just one question.
Yes, Mr.
On the square footage of the lot size, shouldn't are we looking for 80 square feet variance or 60?
Jamie went dark. I don't know if that means her kid walked in.
I don't have those numbers off the top of my head, but there are 2 different lots here, and one of them is within, as I recall, 30 square feet of being 4,000 square feet, so that's legal. The other one is a 25-foot lot, so it is considerably under the 4,000 square foot requirement.
Okay, so I was reading, is in Jamie's presentation, I think she had 3,920 square feet, which we need an 80 square foot variance to get to the 4,000.
Yes, that's the 30-foot lot, the larger of the 2. Which would be 711 Spruce. 715 Spruce is a 25-foot lot. And so that's, I don't know the square footage off the top of my head.
So 7-Eleven, are you saying, Tom, she's got the wrong number in her staff report?
I think so.
Okay.
I apologize,
It's
you're
a-
correct. And yes, I do have a toddler on my lap, so bear with me here.
That's okay.
But and I'm so sorry, the square footage for 7-Eleven Spruce is 3919.5.
Okay, so, and looking at your variance request, I know the first case you wanted us to change the 6 inches to 1 foot. Do any of those other variances need to change?
Hold on, I'm gonna mute and look at this really quickly. I apologize.
Okay. The court reporter will not put down a toddler's sounds. It'll be fine.
Okay, okay.
I think everybody understands at this hour, so.
Girl.
Can I ask my question while that's being looked up?
Yeah, no, go ahead, Mark. I mean, Randy, that'd be fine. Yes.
I was just kind of curious, maybe this is just staff can clarify this for me. Understanding the lot width issue here, somebody said this was 25 feet. And I'm looking at proposed as 30 in these. I guess I'm just trying to clarify based on previous cases when we discussed lot width, how that comes into play. Maybe I'm just not remembering previous cases correctly in terms of reducing that width in allowable buildable area. Particularly the case on the west side comes to mind.
Mhm.
25
So there's
foot lot.
Yeah, this is Joe. There's a minimum lot width for each zoning district and it varies. But then the non-conforming lot ordinance states that two lots that are deemed combined, which is the case with these 2 lots, may be, because they're non-conforming, may be reestablished so long as each lot is at least 30 feet wide, regardless of the zoning district.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
And Jamie's still calculating. She's gone silent, so let's give her a minute.
I'm sorry, one moment.
I think Greg Lombardi just joined back in. Do you want to add him? Did you see that, Joe?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Okay, so please forgive my poor math skills, apparently. For 7-Eleven Spruce, the request for area would be 730 feet. And for 715 Spruce, it would be 80 feet. I somehow miscalculated both of those, so I apologize.
Say those one more time, Jamie.
Gladly. For 7-Eleven, it would be 730 square feet. And for 715, it would be 80 square feet.
Those are the amounts of the variance request.
The variance request, yes.
Okay, all right, okay. All right, Mr. Lombardi, I think that you're here in support, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Could you state your name, please, for the record?
Sure. My name is Greg Lombardi, and I'm the Executive Director of the Lycans Neighborhood Association.
Could you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. And what is your support of these 2 cases?
So I'm, as I said, the Executive Director of the Lycans Neighborhood Association. And first, I want to thank you guys for giving me the opportunity to speak. My understanding is that the reason why this ordinance was set up really does not apply to the situation that we have at hand. This is set up, my understanding at least, is that the ordinance is designed to protect a neighborhood from for-profit developers coming in where there's already a fair amount of construction going on and making money on for-profit buildings without engaging the neighborhood association, and where there's a risk of gentrification or alternatively of really low quality housing. And this situation at hand is the polar opposite of that. This is a situation where we have nonprofit builders in a neighborhood where there has been almost no construction in the last 20 years. I've been working in the neighborhood for the last 3.5 years, and there's been not a single new property developed. This is a urban neighborhood that is a very challenged neighborhood. It's a high crime neighborhood. There's a lot of blight, and there are lots of vacant lots. There are, I would guess, easily over 200 vacant lots in a 2,000 parcel neighborhood. The neighborhood is starved for new construction. This construction has been done where we essentially have really pushed both Neighborhoods of Hope and Habitat for Humanity to encourage them to come into the neighborhood. They have been very engaged with the neighborhood association from the start. And what they're doing is completely consistent with old use of the neighborhood. The houses that will be there will be very similar to the houses that are already existing. There's not a concern for gentrification in the neighborhood. This neighborhood is far from gentrification problems. And because they have been engaged, we know that the work that they're doing will be consistent, and they are contractually obligated to comply with building standards that the neighborhood association has developed. So this is not a situation where there's a risk of gentrification or there's a risk of low quality work, or these people have come in and are trying to make a bunch of money off a neighborhood. This is something where we really need this development. The Lichens Neighborhood Association has looked at these properties and the work that they're going to do on them, and we have specifically approved, the Neighborhood Association has approved Neighborhoods of Hope's work. So we very much hope that that you all will approve the variance. This is work that's needed to be done to reduce blight, reduce crime, increase density. It's a very good project.
Thank you, Mr. Lombardi. All right, board members have any other questions? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion on these two cases. If I could have them separately, it would be helpful. So can I first have a motion on docket number 20, case number 1?
Madam Chair, on
Yes.
that case, I would move that we grant the applicant's request with the alteration that the lot area variance is for 80 square feet.
And what about the final variance from 6 inches to 1 foot?
It would, yes, from 6 inches to 1 foot.
Yes.
Missed that note. Yes, thank you.
All right, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. This request has been granted as stated. Then may I have a motion on docket number 21, case 16?
Madam Chair, I move in case number 16 that we grant the applicant's request consistent with a staff report and site plan with the alteration of the lot area variance altered to 730 square feet.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second. All in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed? Chair votes with the motion. This request has been granted. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
all very much.
Okay. Let's then go to docket number 23. Case number 3, the address is 5603 Northwest 109th Court. Would the applicant please raise your hand to be promoted?
Madam Chair, I'll try to do that.
Okay.
I'm doing both right now. So
I know you are. Take your time. You're fine. I know I saw Jamie's note that she had to leave.
Yeah,
She left you 4 cases, Joe. It could have been worse, right?
it could have been worse. Yeah. All right, Tony Spires should be on now, and he's the applicant, I believe. And I'm going to go ahead and share my screen.
Okay, I see Mr. Spires. Mr. Spires, could you state your name for the record, please? Mr. Spires? Can you state your name? I can't hear you, Mr. Spires. Do you have your microphone on? Do you have your volume up? I can hear you. I can see you shake your head now. I don't know how to fix this. Still cannot hear you. If I could read lips, I could do this, but I can't.
The only thing I can suggest, it shows he's unmuted on, so. Zach is helping me out with technical stuff. I'm not sure. Zach suggested speaker volume.
Oh, wait, I just heard him.
I just unplugged everything other than my laptop. How about now?
That works perfectly. Thank you. Okay, sir, can you state your name?
Tony Spires.
Would you raise your hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who's interested in this case? Who's RB?
That's Rihanna.
Okay, Mr. Baghdadi, are you on this case?
He isn't. I can try to unmute him.
No, I'm not. I'm on case number 15.
Okay, well, we'll get back to that. All right, we'll get back to you. We're going to deal with this case first, okay? All right. Mr. Spires, any objection? Have you reviewed the staff report that's connected with your case? And do you have any objection to my admitting the administrative exhibits that number 1 through 9 that are listed in that report?
That's just fine.
Okay, exhibits 1 through 9 will be admitted. Joe, go ahead, please, then with your presentation.
All right, Madam Chair, on this case, this property is requesting a variance to allow the replacement, as I understand it, of a covered deck. It's an existing deck that they're removing and replacing in the same footprint. The property is located in the northwestern corner of the city, not too far from the airport in the Tiffany Lakes subdivision. This is a view of the property from the air. You can see the house, of course, with the property in yellow. So the zoning and development code requires a setback that is 25% of the lot depth up to 30 feet. In the case of this lot, the required setback is 29.25 feet. And the proposed setback is 23 feet, which is a difference of about 6.25 feet or 21%. Again, since this is a replacement of an existing deck, in staff's opinion, it doesn't result in a substantial change. And then the only thing that they could do in order to meet the ordinance would be to reduce the depth of the deck so that they're providing by 6.25 feet, so that they're providing the required setback. And this is just an site plan showing you the dimensions of the deck as well as the stairway and the trellis area.
Okay.
Sorry, this is just a graphic representation of the proposed deck. And that concludes my presentation.
Thanks. Okay, so Mr. Spires, this deck when built was not compliant. Is that what I'm taking from this discussion that we're having?
No, the existing deck has a trellis, has a pergola over it now. And the homeowner would like to replace the pergola with a roofed area.
Okay.
It's impossible to shrink it because it's only 10 foot wide or 10 foot deep off the house. So to shrink it, they'd only have a 4 foot roofed area.
I see. So it was compliant, but the roof is changing it. Okay.
Correct.
And there's no opposition to this. Is that correct?
No.
I don't see anyone raising their hand either, Madam Chair.
Board members understand this request or have questions? Hearing no questions, I'd entertain a motion.
Madam Chair, in case number 3, I move the application be granted in accordance with staff report and site plan.
I have a motion for Mr. Kelleher. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Gornick. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Chair votes. Any opposed? Aye. Who is aye? I'm sorry, was there anybody in opposition? Okay. Chair votes with the motion. The request has been granted. Sorry, I think there's a delay. I apologize about that. Okay, thank you, Mr. Spires.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Baghdadi, let's talk about number 15 since you're here. Let's call case number 15. I'm sorry, docket number 15, case 47. Mr. Baghdadi, do you want us to hear this case yet this evening?
You're on mute, sir.
I can't hear you.
You are muted, Mr. Baghdadi. Take your.
There he is. Can you hear us, sir?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yes, please. I'd like this case to be heard. This is
Okay.
an easy case anyway.
Okay. Is there anyone else online this evening that's here to support or oppose this case?
No one's raising their hand.
Okay. I'm trying to get back to page 15, so bear with me for 1 minute. Mr. Baghdadi, have you reviewed the staff report that's connected with this case?
Yes.
Do you have any objection to the administrative exhibits that are outlined in the staff report?
No.
As soon as I get there, I'm almost there. I need to find out how many numbers there are. Joe, I don't see the number of exhibits. Are there 9 exhibits? I don't think they're listed in the report.
Yeah, there would be the standard 9. Trying to think on a special use permit. I think it would just be the standard 9.
Okay, so the 9 standard administrative exhibits are admitted. Joe, if you want to present.
Okay, thank you. This case is a request for approval of a special use permit to allow the expansion of a 700 square foot building addition to an existing gas station. So the reason this is before you is not because a new use is proposed. It is simply because the expansion that they're proposing is larger than 10% of the existing building, and as a result, it constitutes a major amendment and has to come back through the special use permit process. It looks like they had a neighborhood meeting on November 9th as in compliance with our public engagement ordinance. This project is located in the northwestern portion of the city. It's very near I-29, just south of Tiffany Springs Parkway. It's on the east side of I-29, located on the property with the yellow boundary. The areas around it are largely to the north and south are largely commercial. There are hotels to the south, a restaurant. I think there's a bank to the north. There's office buildings to the east. This is a site plan of the property, and the area of the proposed expansion is located, it's kind of difficult to see, but I believe it's the yellow area on the south or northwest corner of the building. These are the building elevations that were provided. The building's a black color. It's been that way for some time, I think since the building was originally built. And the expansion area would match that. This is a photo of the site. It indicates here that street trees and perimeter landscaping are required. The existing landscaping shown on in this photograph does not appear to meet the current requirements. So staff is recommending approval subject to conditions. I believe one of those conditions would relate to that landscaping. And that concludes my presentation.
All right. Mr. Baghdadi, does your client have any objection to the conditions that are outlined by staff in the report?
No.
So no objection to
No objection.
landscaping? Okay. And this is simply to add a couple more car wash bays, is that correct?
No, we're adding used to have a car wash. We're adding the car wash to the building itself in addition to the 704 addition to the building.
Okay. All right. Board members have questions about this? And the Plan Commission approved this, correct, Joe?
Yes, they did recommend approval.
Okay.
Madam Chair, in case number 47, I move the permit be issued subject to the conditions contained in the staff report and in accordance with the site plan.
I have a motion from Mr. Kelleher. Do I have a second?
Second.
Who was that? Sorry. I have a second from Mr. Stiller. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. The request has been granted. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
All right. Now let's go back. And I think we're back on case number 24. Give me 1 minute to get back down that far on my list of pages here, and we'll keep moving. I apologize if I go too fast, my computer freezes, so for some reason. Okay. Let's call docket item 24, case number 8. The address is 6910 Warnell Road. Would the applicant please raise your hand to be promoted? And if there's anyone else still online that's in support or opposition of this case, please also raise your hand to be promoted.
Madam Chair, no one's raising their hand and the applicant's name is Kyle Yeo. I don't know how to pronounce that. I don't see him listed
Yeah.
in.
Anyone from Precision Pools and Patios online? If so, raise your hand. Okay, let's just hold this one real quick and keep moving. Let's then call the next case, which I think we have is 26. Docket 26, case number 109. The address is 1658 Jefferson Street. I think this is Mr. Hodges, and I think he's on. Mr. Hodges, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay, good afternoon or evening, sorry.
Good evening, yes.
Could you state your name, please, for the record, sir?
Dwayne Hodges.
Would you raise your hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Is there anyone else online who has an interest in this case? And if so, raise your hand to be promoted.
Promoted Richard Hernandez.
Okay. Mr. Hernandez, could you turn on your microphone?
Yes,
Okay, and are you here in support or opposition to this matter?
neither until I hear some more facts. I got more questions than any.
Okay, fair enough, sir. We'll let Mr. Hodges present and then we'll hear from you, okay? All
Thank
right,
you.
all right. Mr. Hodges, have you reviewed the staff report connected to the case and any objection to my admission of the 9 administrative exhibits?
No.
Okay,
And I have reviewed it, yes.
okay. They will be admitted, and Joe, when you're ready, please present.
Wayne, if I misrepresent anything, please feel free to correct me after my presentation. I'm not very familiar with this.
Certainly.
So with all the confidence in the world, we'll proceed here. And this is a request for a variance for an accessory structure in the West Side neighborhood at 1658 Jefferson. Of course, this neighborhood is located just southwest of downtown. The subject property is identified on this map with the yellow boundary. As you can see, it's a pretty narrow lot. Looks like there is a house located close to the both side yard property lines. So The code question or code provision in question is section 88-305-02-D, which is the limitation on accessory building floor area to a maximum of 200 square feet. It looks like the applicant is proposing a 400 square foot accessory building, which is double, of course, what is allowed by the ordinance. And this accessory building does appear to be a garage. This is the plot plan that was provided by the applicant. And that concludes staff's presentation.
Mr. Hodges, explain to us why you want this variance and why we should grant it.
Okay, so the lot is extremely tiny. So is the house. He is wanting to be able to get, I guess it's a garage, but, or I guess for the city terms, a large shed. But he's got a motorcycle he needs to park in there that he doesn't use very often. But also the, you know, the normal things we all have that we need to put in a shed somewhere. But there's no way to get a driveway to it, which is why we need the variance. So around the house, there's not enough room to drive a car around, so he can never park a car in there, but he needs to be able to put his stuff up. And because it's bigger than a normal shed and we can't get a driveway to it, we need to ask for the variance.
I guess I'm not sure why you, I guess I'm not following why you need the extra space because you can't get a driveway to it.
Because the city says that a shed can only be 200 square feet and a garage has to have a driveway go to it. So therefore we have the variance for the shed.
Okay, I was trying to follow the logic. I know it's been a long day, but it's like, that wasn't clicking. Now it makes sense. Okay, all right. Okay, all right. Mr. Hernandez, after hearing that description, do you have reservations or objections to this proposed structure?
More questions?
What's your question?
Well, I noticed there's a retaining wall back there. I don't know how you're going to handle that. And it's a small alley, as long as you don't block that. And he used to have the owner of the home used to have a garage that's up for sale. And we do not want that turned into a garage, like a working garage, like to repair vehicles or anything like that. We just want to assure that's not going to happen.
Absolutely not. There is no business, no working garage. It's merely for storage, and we are not going to access it from the alley.
That's all I have. Thank you. And I withdraw anything else. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez, for staying on so long today.
Yeah, 6 hours. You guys owe me dinner or something.
Somebody owes us.
It's 1 o'clock.
Yeah, somebody owes us a lot too. But we all do this for free, Mr. Hernandez. So there you go. Yeah. All right. All right. Board members have any questions for Mr. Hodges?
I have a
Yes,
question.
yes. Go ahead, Tom.
So how will you be driving to this space? Are you going to drive on the grass or what's going to happen?
He's going to walk the motorcycle around the side of the house, yes. But he's putting lawnmowers. I mean, I know he has a motorcycle he like to put back there. He knows he cannot get a car in there because we literally we have just a few feet on the side of each side of his house. So we know that's not a possibility. So he's just going to use it the best way he can.
Thank you.
Question, it sounds like there is alley access. Is there a reason you're not going off the alley?
There's a retaining wall at the end of it. So we would have to build a ramp literally to get to it.
Any other questions?
Chairwoman Otto, I've got a question. If no other board members have any questions.
I think we're ready.
In case number 109, I recommend the applicant be granted their request in accordance with site plan and staff report.
I have a motion from Mr. Evans. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Kelleher. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. This request has been granted. I believe we're on our last case, which is.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Mr.
Thanks,
Hodges.
Dwayne.
Yeah. Let's call the last case, which is docket 27. Case number 4 with an address of 1228 West 63rd Street. Would the applicants please raise their hands to be promoted? And if there's anyone else still online that's interested in this case, raise your hand now to also be promoted.
Madam Chair, we promoted John Franken and Ken Schweitzer. I believe they're both part of the applicant team.
Okay. And is there anyone else?
No one else has raised their hand.
Okay. Mr. Schweitzer, I see you. Could you state your name, please?
Hi, my name is Ken Schweitzer.
Okay. And Mr. Franken, I can't see you. Oh,
There we are.
There you are. Can you
There
state
we
your
are.
name, please?
John Franken.
Would you both please raise your right hands to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, or nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. All right, gentlemen, have you had a chance to review the staff report that's connected to the application?
Yes, we have.
Do you have any objection to my admitting the 9 administrative exhibits connected with the case?
No objection.
Okay, exhibits 1 through 9 will be admitted. And Joe, when you're ready, please present, and then we'll have questions for these gentlemen.
So this is a request for a variance to allow a screen porch which encroaches into the required rear setback. It's located at 1228 West 63rd Street. This is the subject property you see here on the left-hand side of this photograph. One thing that's worth noting here is that many of the houses on this side of 63rd Street are, and on the block to the north, as you can see, are set back quite a distance from this front yard or front property line. So all of them have pretty shallow rear yards. So the request is related again to the rear setback. The requirement of the code is that a rear setback of 25% of the lot depth be provided, which equates to 30 feet for this lot. The proposed screen porch, since it's covered and enclosed, has to comply with that. However, what's proposed only provides a 24-foot 8-inch setback, which results in a needed variance of 5 feet 4 inches, which is about 17.5% variance. This is,
Go ahead.
go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
This is the site plan proposed that shows the footprint of the proposed screen porch right here. It's in the center of the house. And these are some elevation views showing the backside of the house with the proposed porch. And that concludes staff's presentation.
Okay. Mr. Schweitzer, have you talked about this with your neighbors?
Yes, all of the neighbors to the east and west and the rear neighbor to the north of us are all in support of the variance, and we have certified letters from them all.
Okay.
Yeah, these should be part of the submission.
I don't know that I've seen those.
There's three letters from neighbors.
I don't see those as being part of what we've got, but they're not part of the file that I see.
Okay. We tried to submit them on the Compass KC website. That's where they are. Or that's
Yeah,
where
so
they were. But nevertheless,
yeah, so just tell us, why do you need the extra space?
well, he has a very narrow, shallow backyard. He would like to create a screen porch. The 23-foot 6-inch length of the east-west length of the porch is kind of dictated by exterior doors that he has on his existing house. So he wants to be able to create a porch that ties those two doors together. And if we stay with the footprint per the code, then we're only going to get like 9.5 feet of space in depth, and it simply isn't big enough to create any kind of a porch in the back. I might also say that, as Joe said, the lots are fairly shallow. The neighbor to the east has a structure that's within, it's actually 13 feet from the rear property line. So it's substantially greater than what we're looking at here. So it's not unusual for lots in this block to have this kind of a variance.
Board members understand the request, have questions. Hearing no questions, I would entertain a motion.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr. Stiller.
happy to make this. I move that board approve the application consistent with the staff report and site plan.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Kelleher. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. The request has been granted. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you very much.
And thank everyone. We are.
Hey, Teresa, what
Yeah.
about that one case, number 8, or
I-
docket, or are we going to continue that? Joe, did he ever come online? That pool case on Warnell?
Docket item 24.
Okay, hold on. There's some people.
I
Okay,
completely forgot about that.
I did too. Sorry. Thank you. I thought we had gotten them all. My bad. Hold on. Let me find it back on my notes.
There's 2 people online, Patrick Saylor, which I think you heard from him on a prior case, and Steve Belden.
Okay.
Unless one of those 2 are associated with this project on Warnell, which raise your hand if either of you are, then we don't have an applicant present for 6910 Warnell.
And what was that number again? Sorry.
That was case number 8, docket number 24.
Oh, number 8? No, we.
Uh,
24. Case number 8.
Oh, case.
Case number 8,
Oh, yeah.
docket 24.
Oh, yeah.
Teresa.
All right. So what does the board want to do? Do we want to, has this been continued before, Joe?
No, it hasn't.
I think I'd move that we continue it to the
Yeah,
next
let's-
meeting to give her a chance.
Let's do that then. All right. So do I have a motion to continue this to our next meeting?
So moved.
Do I have a motion for Mr. Ebbett. Do I have a second?
Second.
The second from Mr. Stiller. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. This matter is continued. Madam Court Reporter, you may shut down. Thank you. We are adjourned. Ladies and gentlemen, I know it's been a long day and I don't want to get you upset about the next meeting, but I'm going to do my best to be at the meeting next month. I might have a conflict, but I'm trying to work it out because I know Mike appreciates when I'm here and when I'm not here. So I'm going to do my best, but I'm giving you a heads up. I have a potential thing that's brewing that I may not be able to get out of. So.
Thank you, Teresa, everybody. We'll see you in a couple weeks.
Yep. Good night.
Thank you. Good night.
Thank you.